All right. So, what we're going to do is, as I said, because I got to repeat myself because I'm deleting that other stuff, but what I said is we're going to talk about the Black Act, the Black Tax. We're going to discuss what's going on between Supreme Court and this birthright citizenship, what the Trump administration is about to do, also what they mentioned in regards to domestic terrorism that they're going to be fighting to as well. Who knows what that means, but just putting that out there. So under the circumstances, this is going to be spread out throughout the week. So we're going to try to touch on a lot of different issues concerning that, try to bring it into the middle. The other thing is that, as I mentioned before, this misclassification, reclassification, misclassifying, reclassifying, suspect classification, in order to, usurp land and, pretty much kind of coerce or dupe somebody into, giving up a certain status in order to achieve something that would be considered a benefit or a privilege. But outside of that, it seemed like, based on what I was hearing last week regarding this Black Act, might be something to it. Now, also, we're going to deal with, Indians as well, because if the fact is that us so-called Black people, what we call ourselves today, actually were Indians or were connected to an Indian nation, tribe, or community or government outside the jurisdiction of the United States, then we got an issue. And what role did the civil rights play? Because everybody talk about civil rights. So that's another thing we're going to have to talk about as well. So we're going to try to make sense out of it. But without further ado, let's get to the streams.
Good. Yeah, I was gonna put my glasses in my back pocket. I didn't even have to throw them today.
We have our sweet chili turkey wings paired with our famous red beans and rice and green beans, with our catfish lanyard, fried chicken wings, and our crawfish etouffee.
Filet, right? Y'all look at that. Get out. That's genuine care.
I'm like, it's our start.
Booyah, huh? Man, this is about right here. Who made this sauce? You did.
Yes, sir.
Well, you keep on doing that. Now, why your stay married with you so long? Well, it's gonna throw he'll keep a man at home. You know what you've been missing? Tell them else, boy, this catfish got it going. This on. Come to KCK. We right here in Charlotte, North Carolina.
Lotus, acres of them right here. Sterling State Park, where the Egyptian lotus is abundance. We're in the real Egypt. This way you get your caustic memory back when you inhale the Egyptian lotus. Right here, Sterling State Park, hundreds of thousands of them, where the Egyptians, the Negroes, the Indians, the Jabawa, Patuam, the Ottawa, you'll find this flower on millions of structures throughout this land. The Negro, the Egyptian, the Mers, the Hebrews adorn this flower, the sacred lotus flower, right here, grown in abundance at Sterling State Park. It's the Egyptian lotus, acres of them right here, Sterling State Park, where the Egyptian lotus is abundance. We're in the real Egypt. This way you get your caustic memory back when you inhale the Egyptian lotus. Right here, Sterling State Park, hundreds of thousands of them, where the Egyptians, the Negroes, the Indians, the Jabawa, Patuam, the Ottawa, you'll find this flower on millions of structures throughout this land. The Negro, the Egyptian, the Mers, the Hebrews adorn this flower, the sacred lotus flower, right here, grown in abundance at Sterling State Park. It's the Egyptian lotus, acres of them right here.
Is Atlanta's first Black-owned farmers market. It's called Atlanta Harvest, and they have giant seeded watermelons for $10. They even have soursop.
If y'all never had soursop before, you have to try it. It's good.
That soursop is organically grown in Grenada.
They have all types of fresh fruits and vegetables grown right on their farm. They also have lamb, beef, and fresh eggs produced right from their farm. They even have fresh coconuts.
In this heat, this is what you need. Oh my God.
They produce their own honey. They have natural soap, mushrooms, and even have a flower garden.
What I love most is that they're creating jobs while serving the community.
Comment below if you would visit this farmer's market. This
departments qualify as organized crime. They qualify as organized crime so hard that judges had to issue rulings to carve out an exception to ensure that civilians were not using RICO to sue them into the ground. RICO is very complicated, but here's what you need to know. A civilian can use the RICO statute in order to obtain triple damages if they are the victim of organized crime. Now, it cannot be a personal injury. It does have to be a property injury or a business injury. And the thing that they are suing has to be an enterprise. What qualifies as an enterprise as far as RICO is concerned? An organization committing or perpetuating violence or the threat of violence with systems of protection to prevent people from taking accountability within that enterprise. Does that sound familiar? Corrupt police departments absolutely can qualify as organized crime. And in fact, 2 separate police departments have been declared by the FBI as criminal enterprises. But what's more important is, as a civilian, you cannot use RICO to go after the police, even if they qualify as a criminal enterprise. And the reason is because of a former cop. In Oklahoma City in the 80s, a former cop went after his own department under the RICO statute, and the judge, instead of ruling on the validity of this, decided that you couldn't use RICO against police and issued that ruling instead. A few years later, New Jersey, defending a township that literally nobody has ever heard of, decided to extend that to all government entities, saying that no civilian can use RICO to sue a government entity because they were concerned about the taxpayer burden of a government entity having to pay out triple damages. Taxpayers can fund corrupt government organizations that directly harm them, but when somebody tries to hold them accountable, you're going to say flat stop no out of concern for the taxpayers. What's worse is that New Jersey ruling became the standard rule. It is still referenced today, and it still prevents civilians from pursuing RICO charges against government entities. If you want to check my sources or go down the rabbit hole, you know where to look, and you can find a direction to that in the most obvious place on this app ever. Police departments qualify as organized crime. They qualify.
The roller tax. The Rowlatt Act, passed in 1919 by the British government, based on the recommendation of Sir Sidney Rowlatt, which allowed the Rowlatt Act, passed in 1919 by the British government, based on the recommendation of Sir Sidney Rowlatt, which allowed arrest and detention without trial, curbed freedom of the press, and suppressed political activities. Known as the Black Act, it targeted Indian nationalists and revolutionary activities. It sparked widespread protests, led by leaders like Mahatma Gandhi, who launched the Rowlatt Satyagraha, a non-violent resistance movement. The Act's implementation resulted in the tragic Jallianwala Bagh massacre, where British troops killed hundreds of unarmed civilians. The Rowlatt Act intensified anti-British sentiments, marking a significant turning point in India's struggle for independence. Please like, share, and subscribe if you think this video is informative. The Rowlatt Act, passed in
1865, when we were emancipated, we were supposed to get 40 acres and a mule. That's true. I said that is true. That's not a figment. That is actually what was going to happen. It was documented and written down. And then Abraham Lincoln and your next president that came up vetoed the idea, and we were emancipated with nothing. And they know that if we ever let these black people get equality, they will be on the top of everything. And watch this, watch this. Every place they have let us in, we rose to the top. Every place. Anyway, if you know anything about Monopoly, every player starts out with $1,500. Well, I wanted to play the advocate, the black advocate. So we played Monopoly the other night, and I didn't take any money. I wanted to take the place of the slaves that were emancipated in 1865, who did not get the 40 acres or a mule. And so I took nothing. Now, I survived for a few times around the board, but I couldn't buy nothing. And it was very soon I was out of the game. Now, you would say that that is unfair. to have somebody sit down at a table and play Monopoly and not give them the $1,500 to start with. But that's what this country did with our people when they emancipated us. Yeah. Cool. And then have the audacity, the unmitigated gall to wonder why we don't do better. And you started out with $1,500 and we started out with nothing. Yeah, look what we have done. Be proud of yourself. We, black people in America,
Here. Hey, look. Let me play this guy, Najee Ali, right? I know this brother out here in Los Angeles. An interesting brother right here. I had to play him, you know. Anytime I find somebody that I know, I got to put him up here. Got to put him up here. Let me mute him.
It won't be no disturbance. You're not welcome here. I'm welcome wherever I go. Okay. Hey, yeah, we're gonna protest. And so what? We got a right to protest. First Amendment rights. We have a right to freedom of speech, freedom of protest. Okay, and that's what we plan on doing Saturday. Now, with this could have been resolved, but the manager's acting like an idiot. No, he's an idiot. All I wanted to do was speak to an owner. Then go inside. You don't want to be recorded. Okay, you don't even know the law. No, you don't even know the law. Go inside and do your job. Go inside and do your job. I would have been gone. Okay, go inside and do your job. You're harassing me. You're harassing me. Okay, all right. Black people show up Saturday, coffee house, protest. They are anti-black. They are anti-black. Stop spending your money with people who are anti-black. This guy's anti-black, okay? Owner's racist, okay? Hey, brother, you're not on camera. He's on camera, though, okay? But the owner made some racist comments, and the manager, instead of contacting the owner, doesn't want to do it. I ain't got to make no appointment. You call the owner. You want to call the police instead. No, you're causing a disturbance. Go inside. All you got to do is leave me alone. Leave me alone. Go inside, leave me alone, okay? That's all you got to do. Then go inside. You can't stop me. You're outside. No, you're outside. You're outside. Okay. Okay. Now I'm on public property. Now I'm on the street. Now I'm on the street. Now I'm on the street. I told you he's a straight clown. I'm on the public sidewalk. Go inside. Go inside. Okay. You could have called the owner. Okay. This is the coffee company. Protest Saturday morning, y'all. We need every black people to be at the coffee company Saturday morning. If you go inside.
Yeah, now Najee, man, he's been doing this for a long time. A long time. Najee Ali been doing this for a long time. I mean, he's been a part of the Nation of Islam. He's been a part of the Black Panther Party. I mean, he's pretty much been there. A lot of people, you know, didn't really trust him. I never had any problems with him. It's always been cool with me. Everybody just do what they do. You know what I'm saying? You know, some people, you know, blind leading the blind. Certain people take it upon themselves. The one thing I say about Najee is that he's always been by himself. I've never seen him with anybody. Never seen him follow nobody, nothing. He was always by himself doing what he do. And he's still doing it. Like Najee, he look good. Najee probably in his late 60s. Probably in late 60s. No. I can tell he getting older. Still out there doing it. But yeah. Something got to give. All right, let's continue. I'm leaving this up. I'm gonna put the link in the chat in a minute. I ain't gonna work too hard today. Just want to set the table. I'm leaving that one up. I'm leaving this up because that's, I think, isn't this her video? I'm leaving this one up. Yeah, I can take Najee down. All right, let's get on to the next one. Hold on, let me do this. I see when I keep my mic up, it's an echo. So let me take this out.
Using the Freedom of Information Act, CBS News has extracted from these files. I responded to the black movement. What the FBI was afraid of is shown in this memorandum from J. Edgar Hoover to his special agent in charge, Boston.
Memo to SAC Boston from the Director, FBI. Subject, Counterintelligence Program. Goals: 1. Prevent the coalition of militant black nationalist groups. An effective coalition of black nationalist groups might be the first step toward a real Mau Mau in America.
The FBI saw one man who might bring all the blacks together, and when he made the following statement, the FBI thought he was calling for an attack on Washington instead of a march on Washington.
We're going to build our shanties right in Washington and live right there. I'm not playing about this thing. I've agonized over it, and I'm trying to save America. And that's what you are trying to do if you will join this movement. We are trying to save this nation. We can't continue to live in a nation every summer going up in flames, every day killing up people in Vietnam like we're killing. We can't continue this way as a nation and survive. And you can believe it if you want to. And some of us are going to have to take the burden of saving the soul of America.
J. Edgar Hoover didn't believe America needed to have its soul saved. For that,
Hold up. Now, what he said right there, you remember, the campaign that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris ran over, they are fighting for the soul of America. Anybody remember that? I do. Now, what we dealing with here, because I haven't listened to this yet. Some of them I already listened to, but this one I didn't listen to in detail. We're going to listen to this again. We'll leave this one up too. Interesting.
For that matter, the FBI had trouble distinguishing between nonviolent blacks and militant revolutionaries. To the FBI, the whole movement appeared dangerous, particularly if one man could unify millions of American blacks. From the same memo.
2. Prevent the rise of a messiah who could unify and electrify the militant black nationalist movement. Martin Luther King, Stokely Carmichael, and Elijah Muhammad all aspire to this position. King could be a very real contender for this position.
There's another document we extracted from Martin Luther King's file. It was to the director of the FBI from the special agent in charge of the FBI's San Francisco office.
It is the opinion that any revelation of immorality on the part of these people is not particularly held against them. An example being the fact that it appears quite well known in government circles that Martin Luther King and some of his associates were highly immoral and depraved, but this seemed to be accepted by some segments of society as a way of life.
Using the Freedom of Information Act, CBS News has extracted from these files. I responded to the black movement. What the FBI was afraid of is shown in this memorandum from J. Edgar Hoover to his special agent in charge, Boston.
Memo to SAC Boston from the Director, FBI. Subject, Counterintelligence Program. Goals: 1. Prevent the coalition of militant black nationalist groups. An effective coalition of black nationalist groups might be the first step toward a real Mau Mau in America.
The FBI saw one man who might...
Now, this is interesting.
is seeking, I believe by today, the list of non-citizens who are registered to vote and the approximately 400 that did vote. To what extent will your administration comply with the Trump administration's request in that regard?
As I have said, I am not in the habit of turning over private identifying information of the citizens of New Jersey. This federal government is weaponizing the government against individuals that disagree with them. They weaponized my private data against me in my election, and so I am working to protect people and their private data here in New Jersey.
If you've been following along with what's happening in New Jersey, this is Governor Mikey Sherrill, and she came out and publicly disclosed the fact that over 6,600 illegal immigrants were registered to vote in the state of New Jersey, and over 400 of them actually cast ballots in our elections. Now, for years, Democrats have been telling us that this simply is not an issue and that no illegal immigrants are voting in our elections. That simply was not true. Mikey Sherrill in the state of New Jersey attempted to push the responsibility over to the vendor of the voting machine, saying that it was a glitch. But the vendor, Idemia, pushed back, saying it is not their responsibility to verify voters. Now, think about the fact that these people are clapping. They're clapping because Governor Sherrill is saying she is not releasing the data of the 6,600 individuals who were illegally registered to vote because she's protecting citizens. And any attempts to obtain that information means that the DOJ is weaponizing the situation against her and citizens. Okay, we're talking about illegal immigrants here. Calling them citizens, calling them neighbors doesn't change the fact that they are illegal immigrants. They are not U.S. citizens. It doesn't matter how many times you repeat that. The brainwashing, you are a citizen, you are a citizen. No, they're illegal immigrants. The DOJ has real authority to investigate these violations. They're cheering about refusing to cooperate with the federal government about a voter fraud investigation. This is not about privacy. This is about tribal loyalty to the blue. The moment she came out and revealed that people were actually illegal immigrants were actually voting in our elections, of course, the Republicans took that and said, see, they really are. The party didn't like that. So now she has to come out and change her entire tune. You can't say you care about election integrity and then have a crowd of people clapping when you're refusing to cooperate with the federal investigation on actual verified election fraud. This is where we're at, people. And her doing this is not going to stop the federal government's authority to continue to look into this. I go into greater detail on this topic over on my Substack. You can click the link in my bio to join my community.
The Trump administration.
Now, here's the problem. Now, what she said is perfect, but here's the problem. There has been illegal immigrants been over here for a long time. When I say a long time, I mean a long time. They've been sneaking people over here for a long time. Now, when I get into these other videos outside of the streams, you're going to see that this is like, you know, that a lot of the people are just not really understanding American history and what's going on. And because most of them have came over here under these same pretenses. But they say, well, my daddy fought in the war and, you know, he joined the military and he did it the right way. So I have the right to call myself an American. Really? Really? No, you don't. You have the right to call yourself a United States citizen. You could call yourself a United States national. You can call yourself a national under circumstances where you have reach the age of majority and you can call yourself a full-grown man or woman or a full-grown adult and capable of handling your own affairs and being competent, so on and so forth, sui juris, impropria persona in Latin, legally, we want to use those terms. But you can't call yourself an American because that only applied to the descendants of Europeans. And if you really know who the descendants of Europeans are, they pretty much look like this. Got it? Now, this is the whole play of what people have been kind of duped on. Yeah, they really don't understand like history. They just don't. Because the only thing that they can hang their hat on is color. Colorable law, to be more precise. Not color like crayons. We're talking about colorable law. Everything that these states did within these unions, within the union, the 13 United States and prior, everything they operated was on a colorable law. It was adjectives and things of that nature. You know what I'm saying? Descriptions. And it was all based off their own language, how they applied it. That's why Webster's dictionary is very important. But now, what she said is a product of like years and years of programming and indoctrination in our education system. Because, you know, what we learned is that white people did everything here. That's what we learned. White people was the rulers. White people did this. White people did that. And, you know, these people that came before these white people, you know, the British Empire, so on and so forth, you know, what we come to find out was that they came over here and civilized America. That's why they call it the New World. It was founded. And these so-called Native Americans, you know what I'm saying, had diapers on and sandals, and not even sandals, they walked on feet and made flint little things with arrows, the bow and arrows, and that was just to chase their food, and they followed animals and mammals to get where they was, and it was a slash and burn type of culture, or what they call primitive, right? These key words are primitive, right? These words are very important. But coming from another perspective, these words can have some value. But I mean, what she said is very important. But what I don't think she understands or hasn't really looked into was that the Revolutionary War, the Civil War, the War 1812, any war that you would consider to be a war in history dealt with immigration. Immigration, squatting, adverse possession, and indoctrinations, doctrines, acts, so on and so forth, to claim things that did not belong to them, that they would do behind closed doors and put it in writing and not even give notice, right? Administrative procedures, right? You got to give notice, but you don't give notice. You might post it somewhere and you say, hey, it's posted, it's here. They can give this notice by posting, but then never actually do what? Properly serve or give notice to the parties that might need to be noticed. They never did that. They post, they do it today. Tax issues, any type of unlawful, they'll just throw it out there. Anytime they serving in corporate statuses and all this colorable things, they will serve, but everything is pretty much served under some misnomer, some suspect classification in order to say, hey, they were served. There was no answer. So now we claim it. It is considered to be abandoned. But the most important thing is that the courts, the administrations, the House, the Senate, the marshals, the sheriffs, they ignore it too. They actually go along with it. They do not say, hey, wait a minute. I cannot follow an order that would actually violate somebody's constitutional protected rights, human rights, or any other indigenous protected international rights based on international law. So I cannot follow that order. The other aspect is that we actually sometimes come in and answer something that we aren't subjected to. This is what we talk about, subject to the jurisdiction. But nevertheless, I'm gonna stop right there. Got more videos to get to.
Anthony Fauci. Okay, so how did Anthony Fauci use his media platform to mislead you, your family, and basically the whole world? Well,
Buckle up. There he is. There he is. Buckle up.
he did it by using the media to omit critical life-saving information. Let's start with this.
The same day you say there's no evidence, there was all kinds of evidence. You had a interview on CNN on August 29th of 2021, where, again, I just don't want to take time to find the exact quote, but you said there's no evidence. There's no evidence that ivermectin is helpful. On that exact same day, and I've got the studies right here. There was a website that was tracking the random controlled studies. Here they are, showing 60, 70% efficacy of ivermectin. The same day you say there's no evidence, there's all kinds of evidence.
And you weren't told that by the media, were you? That data, it was there the whole time. And those of us who knew it, who were studying it, they wouldn't let us report it. In fact, here's how it happened. I was anchoring a newscast that very same month, and we had a story on ivermectin. When I read through the script of the story on the set, there was critical information that was missing. There was no mention that ivermectin studies showed 67% effectiveness. There was no mention that doctors were prescribing it more and more because it was working. There was no mention that ivermectin was causing the COVID rates to drastically drop in other countries. And there was no mention that ivermectin got the Nobel Prize for Medicine because of its safety. And it got that award in 2015. I added all of those points to the script to make sure the story was balanced and it had actual facts with the other side. What was there was only a doctor who said he wouldn't use ivermectin on his patients, and there was a lady who was standing next to a horse saying that ivermectin was used on her horses and she would never use it on people. Again, no mention of the studies you just saw or the fact that people were actually suing hospitals at that point, forcing the hospitals to use ivermectin to save their loved ones because hospitals were refusing to use it. After I added the facts and the balance of that story, I got the surprise of my career. I'm telling you, this has never happened to me in my career. My news director came into the studio at that point and he asked, "Why did you change the script?" I told him, I changed it because it was not balanced and there were facts that were missing in the story. It was misleading. "It's been changed," he said, "and you will read what's in the prompter." He looked at me and he pointed his finger. He said, "You will read what's in the prompter." First thing out of my mouth, "No, I will not." He said, "You will read what's in the prompter." I said, "No, I will not." I said, "Someone else could read the story, but it is not going to be me, because if I read that story, I'd be responsible for omitting information." And that was one of many battles that I had in that newsroom. And guess what? Sadly, someone else did read that story that day 3 times. So here's the question. Why didn't they want you to know about ivermectin? Let's break it down. The shot was released, if you'll remember, on an emergency authorization order. In order to do that, there cannot be any other drug on the market that would be effective against COVID. Ivermectin was effective against COVID. And now we all know that Fauci actually doubled his wealth during COVID, and the drug companies, they made big dollars on forcing people to take a shot that we also now know is still killing people. And it was also on that day that I knew I wouldn't be there for much longer, because I was not going to allow the gifts and the talents that God gave me to be used to mislead people, because I'm accountable to one God. It took a while, but light always exposes darkness. And that is the difference.
Capital flows. We don't. Dollars stay in US banks. And so what happens? We don't have capital flows. We don't. Dollars stay in US banks. And so what happens is, let's give an example. Let's say South Africa, the finance minister in South Africa was persuaded, hey, you need money from abroad. It wouldn't be useful to borrow from, say, Barclays Bank in London, £1 billion. Well, oh, that sounds good. Okay, let's do it. We can get you a good rate. Okay, let's say they do it. So here's the deal. So Barclays lends £1 billion. It will be pounds. It won't be South African rand to South Africa. Sooner or later, South Africa will say, well, actually, some of that money we'd like to use inside our country. Okay, what currency do you use in your country? Oh, rand. So actually, can we switch into rand? Barclays will say, well, no problem. Of course, we can help you switch this into rand. So what does Barclays do? They call some South African banks. Got a deal here. We're selling sterling and we're buying rand. What's your rate? They go for a good rate. They charge a little fee. And they pass that, the good rate onto the customer with their fee. So what happens next is that South African bank will now create in rand the equivalent of £1 billion. And then the government spends it. So in other words, you don't need the round trip abroad. You don't need the foreign debt.
So what about
it's money creation that domestic banks can do without the foreign money.
So what
and
about
if you have foreign money, capital flows coming in, sorry, just to give you, then it looks like foreign money, but it's not. It is domestic credit creation. So it's been a trick.
Okay. No. So what about if South Africa wants to bring down its interest rates, or if it wants to manage its exchange rate, and the capital markets, the bond markets, decide that actually they don't like that idea. They're taking all of their money out of South African bonds, and they're taking all of their money out of South African currency. What happens then to the little banks?
You're absolutely right. That's a good point. So if you have foreign debt, if you've issued bonds in foreign currency, you are at the mercy of foreign bond investors and speculators. So that's why you shouldn't do it. Yeah. You should not issue foreign debt and foreign bonds. In fact, even domestically, you shouldn't even issue any bonds domestically either. It's much more effective to borrow through loan contracts from domestic banks, strengthen the banking system.
Get in here, get in here. Get in here. Why is everybody telling the truth? Read what's up top. The reason why I want you to read it, because you understand what he's saying. And he's saying this to each representative in the UN. He told the UN this. He said this: we are not related to the ancient Egyptians, right? We're not, right? But we are just the inhabitants of Kemet land. We keep telling you this is the age of information. Now, Washington, D.C., they're like, oh my God, everybody's telling the truth. Everybody's telling the truth. Why is everybody telling the truth? We can't continue this rhetoric. We telling the truth. They telling the truth. Everybody telling the truth. But what Washington, D.C. does, oh my God, we need to cut everybody off. Everybody communicating with each other. They're communicating with each other. He's telling the truth. The Black Americans telling the truth. Right? The Ethiopians telling the truth. The Jews telling the truth. Right? The Jamaicans telling the truth. The so-called Ethiopians telling the truth. Washington, D.C. is saying we got to stop this. We're going to lose control. We're going to lose control. All the work we have done to deceive the world, to deceive the world is falling apart. Put up the data centers. We need to rewrite history because everybody's telling the truth. Oh, everybody's telling the truth? Because sometimes the truth needs to be told. Now, let me show you what's going to happen. Let me show you what's going to happen. And guarantee you listen to me very closely. When everybody starts telling the truth, watch Washington, D.C. start telling the truth. Oh, the Black Americans are the indigenous peoples. We didn't know. We didn't know. We didn't know. We just came late. The Holy Land is in North America. We just came late. Egypt is in North America. We just came late. Oh my God, we did not know what's happening. We just wrote the script for Hollywood. Oh, all liars.
All right. Put your seatbelts back on for this one. Put your seatbelts back on for this one. Fair use. Seatbelts back on.
#21, and this one's going to be a little. And this one's going to be part 21, and this one's going to be a little rough. September 10th, 2001, George Bush moved into the White House. The next day, September 11th, 2001, at 10 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time, Alan Greenspan was scheduled to announce the U.S. Treasury banking system, debt forgiveness for all U.S. citizens, and abolishment of the IRS as the first part of the public announcement of NESARA. At 9 a.m., the Twin Towers came down. The theory goes, George Bush Sr. ordered the demolition of the World Trade Tower Center's Twin Towers to stop the international banking computers on floors 1 and 2 in the North Tower from initiating the new U.S. Treasury bank system. Part 21.
Hey guys, this is urgent. If you are a California resident and you have purchased any crypto in California and left it on an exchange for more than 3 years, the state of California is about ready to take it and move it into their digital asset reserve. So guess what your job is? It doesn't matter which state. Move your crypto off of the exchanges because California, they've decided how they are going to, what? Anyway, I love you guys. Okay, guys.
I'm about to put the link in the chat. We're going to get into it now individually. These videos. All right. Links in the chat. I'm going to bring these up. Put this back in. Hold on real quick. Let me do it like this. Hold on a second. No, hold on. Let me go ahead and do this real quick. Let me play the music. I want to line this up properly. Hold on. Let me put this music back on. I want to make sure this is right. Where you at here? That one. Yeah, this one. This one. All right, be straight now. All right. So let's pull this one up real quick. All right, so this one is it up? Yep. All right, so this one is just they're talking about their response to the Supreme Court decision on birthright citizenship. So let's start with this one.
Decision in the Supreme Court concerning birthright. It was close, but a very, very unfortunate decision. So we're making adjustments because it's very unfair. This was done for a different reason. This was done right after the Civil War. This was for the babies of slaves. And what's happening now, people are building businesses around it. From wealthy people are building businesses around birthright citizenship. That's not.
So what does that mean? They build businesses off of this birthright citizenship that happened after the Civil War. And these were for the babies of slaves. Now, is this dealing with some form of like trafficking or something like that? I don't know. I'm trying to figure out what this means. Building businesses. It's interesting. Want to know what y'all think about that. I really don't have no opinion yet. But remember I said the Civil War, most of all these wars, new people came in. Every time there was a war, new people came in. New groups of nationalities came in. But what they know now is that it's gotten out of hand. They can't control it. I mean, if they said Biden was flying people in here, hundreds of thousands of people, setting them up, giving them cards, giving them EBT, giving them credit cards, debit cards, swipe. They closing out all type of hotels and stuff like that. I mean, come on. This is what they saying he was doing. Cool thing about it is they put everything on Biden. It's like Biden did it all. But you think about it this way. Biden has been in some type of representation position for 50 years. 50 of them. He's been in there since the 70s. So, let me play it back a little bit so you guys get a clear understanding. What's going on here?
A very, very unfortunate decision. So we're making adjustments because it's very unfair. This was done for a different reason. This was done right after the Civil War. This was for the babies of slaves. And
now, when you think about it from this other position, right? This other position, the other position is the babies of slaves. At no point in time, he's talking about Africans. I don't hear African yet. He said the babies of slaves. So if you talk about the babies of slaves, then that means it could be numerous different ethnicities coming in. I don't hear African yet, but just hold on. Hold on. Just, appreciate the brother coming up. Just hold your spot for a minute. Stay on mute. Let's
I'm not a brother. It's me. It's me. It's this. Okay, go on.
Oh, you didn't change the whole thing? All right. There you go. Playing around. All right. Hold on. Let's get this whole thing out real quick. Let's get this whole thing. I want to put all this stuff together. I want to bring that Black Act too that you brought in as well. So hold on a sec. Hold on. Let's continue.
What's happening now, people are building businesses around it. From wealthy people are building businesses around birthright citizenship. That's not the way it's supposed to work. It's a disgrace. They're buying their way in, and we're not going to let it happen. So, Steve, if you will, please.
Yes. So today the president signed these two executive orders here relating to birthright citizenship and birth tourism. As the president mentioned, the 14th Amendment was passed exclusively in the aftermath of the Civil War so to ensure that the children of slaves would be citizens. It had no other meaning and purpose outside of that. And that's been clear, obviously, since the day that it was passed. You can go back, you can read the congressional debates. This is not something that's even seriously contested by anybody. The president is using his authority as commander-in-chief to sign first an executive order using the new ruling the Supreme Court issued to expand the definitions of people who are ineligible for birthright citizenship. That includes, for example, alien enemies of the United States, members of foreign terrorist organizations, and large categories of people who lobby and act on behalf of foreign governments. And so with taking this action, it ensures that large numbers of people who wrongly would be getting birthright citizenship will no longer be eligible for those benefits. The second action that he's taking, which is especially historic, is for the first time ever in American history to ban birth tourism. So I want you to really let that sink in. This has been something that people have talked about not only for years, but for decades. The idea that people come here pretending to be a tourist, pretending to be a visitor, saying they want to go to Disneyland, they want to go visit a monument or go to a national park. But the real reason they're here is to have a child, to make that child an automatic citizen, leave our country, and then have a U.S. citizen child. It gives them access under this broken system to welfare benefits, ultimately to the voting booth, and all the other rights and privileges that belong solely to Americans. So that practice of birth tourism is, as of the signing of this order, hereby banned.
We had a very unfortunate.
So they added something to it, birth tourism, and they made a business out of it. It's kind of deep. Y'all want to make a quick? You want to make a quick statement, business? and then Nadi, and then I get back to the videos because I want to pile these things up here.
Well, one of the things when it comes to the birth tourism, you know, I lived out there in Silicon Valley, so I understand about them houses. And then
What happened? Where you go?
as soon as I start talking, somebody want to call me. But anyway, but what I didn't know is also part of the birth tourism is surrogacy. Did you know that?
Yeah, I actually seen they had a couple episodes on that on Law and Order. That surrogacy where the people was coming over here to,
buying babies.
Yeah, and paying like 10. You get paid 10,000. They paying 10,000. Some of these women to have the babies and stuff like that. Yeah.
Oh, that's my comment on that. I'll let you go.
Yeah. I know you're gonna come in hot, Mulatto. So hold on a sec, brother. I'm not being disrespectful. I'm just gonna hold you back there before you make your comment. But hold on, I need to get these other ones in. Where is it at? Where is it at? All right, there we go. Hold on a sec. Let me get this up. Okay, so where is it at? Bam. Hold on a second. All right, there we go. Man. It's Monday, y'all. It's Monday. All right, here we go. All right.
Peace. How y'all doing?
Peace to you.
Appreciate you. And really, as far as the 14th Amendment, that definitely was created specifically for descendants of U.S. chattel slaves.
Embraced.
My bad. You about to play a video? Go ahead.
Courted the endorsement of this execrable, heinous, deplorable, monstrous Hassan Piker, somebody who has celebrated assassination culture, and somebody who has said that America deserved 9/11. Sean, you're from New York. How much time have you spent, Sean, with the victims and the families, the police officers, the firefighters after 9/11?
A lot.
To have someone running for Senate who's going to associate with that kind of evil? And where is Schumer? Where is Jeffries? Where are any of the leaders of the Democratic Party? They're supporting it. They are embracing it. They are allowing it.
This much. I haven't been able to weaponized by the Republicans. This is you think parties should back and forth more faction. Hand in hand.
Has come home. It's
or be punished. This is exactly what he said.
I choose.
Now check this out. This right here is a telltale right here. That's why I like this guy, Stephen Miller.
My words carefully, but I'm going to say this tonight. Sean, that Cold War has come home. It's here in America. This is the biggest, greatest, most existential struggle this country will ever face, Sean. Because if communists get control of House seats, then Senate seats and governor's mansions, the American dream that for 250 years our heroes bled and died for is gone. And it won't come back because they will never let you get it back. President Trump
is the only thing right now standing between the American people and that abyss.
Actually, that's the part I wanted to address. Well, as far as the 14th Amendment, definitely that was created specifically for descendants of U.S. chattel slaves. But right now, I'm seeing a lot of FBAs and Aboriginal Americans, for some reason, they think that the white man Trump can save them from being outnumbered and flooded with more immigrants. Really, even if Trump is successful in his endeavors right now, all it takes is for the next Democrat presidents to get in there and undo everything he did and just flood us with 20 more million immigrants, which is why I suggested every time I speak to y'all, listen, if you are a black American, use your US dollar, buy real estate in the Caribbean or Southeast Asia or Africa and live like royalty. If not, you'll just stay at home and watch your communities be taken away from you by foreigners and your taxes will be spent on them right in front of your eyes.
Well, I look at it like this, right, Mulatto? Under the circumstances, the reason why this is important, what he's saying is important to me, is because he's pretty much the only one that has been saying, Trump kind of dances around it, but he's the only one that's pretty much been saying outright that, failure of these presidents over the last 50, 60, 70, 80, 90 years, 100 years, you know what I'm saying, is led to this, what we're dealing with right now. When you have a full infiltration of foreigners. See what I'm saying?
But why do you believe it's a failure and not intentional? They intentionally brought these foreigners in to weaponize them against you. Matter of fact, even if, and I'm not about to preach, if you just look at the biggest cities in the U.S., such as New York City, not only do they got a foreigner as a mayor, literally there's no majority black American communities in the entirety of New York City. If you look at Houston, my bad, go ahead.
Let's double dust this. Let's move quick. I'm gonna jump in. You could jump in. All right. So look, I said a failure. You said it's intentional.
Definitely.
I said 100 years. They've been doing this for 100 years. Easy money. 100, maybe 150. Because you remember the conversation started off with Trump saying this was supposed to be after the Civil War for the children of slaves. Didn't say African, didn't say black, didn't say Negro, said the children of slaves. And people have created businesses over it. He didn't say when it started though. But what I'm saying is we go back 100 years when they removed the gold standard, when they brought in the Federal Reserve, and throughout all these wars, every war we had, let's start from now on back. Desert Storm. Afghani started coming in here, right? Vietnam War. Vietnamese started coming up in here. The Korean War. Koreans started coming up in here. World War I and World War II. Germans been coming up during the Civil War. Who was coming up in here? You want to know? Germans, Irish, Scottish, all different type of people who's falling up in here. For what? To boost up their numbers, to help them fight in the war. But it's now, in this day and time, Mulatto, we on social media now, it's all different type of streams going on. You see what I'm saying? So in these streams, you can actually see that what Biden did, they just magnified what Biden was doing. Biden was putting these people on planes. They was doing the same thing by Bill.
But my point is, respectfully, and I'll just enter with one sentence, that's not going to stop. Literally, the people in power, I know I said one sentence, let me make it two. The people in power strategically use immigration as a way to disempower Black Americans.
You know what? Can I say that I do agree with that, but the one thing that you're not acknowledging is the quote unquote Black American is one of the most resilient Black people in the world. And that's the reason why they did have to come and sit all these people on top of us, because we're the only group, especially in the Americas, that has not just sat down and allowed their culture to inundate us. Matter of fact, what they do is they highlight foreign Black people as these docile, Sambo people to pretend to represent us, to give the illusion that we're a docile group. We are not. And actually, during this time that they have tried to supplant us, there have been many wars. There have been many scuffles. And so what's happening now is we probably were a little asleep. You know what I mean? But as Anton was saying, is because of social media, people are starting to realize, wait a minute, especially I think the hip hop thing kind of woke people up. You know what I mean? That's something that was near and dear to a lot of men's heart. And so they're realizing these foreign people aren't acting in good faith when probably, they was just in the coochie. You understand what I'm saying? But we're the only group of people that don't just lay down. So it sounds real good, but they're gonna have a fight on their hands if they think that just bringing in a whole bunch of people is going to supplant us.
Sis, respectfully,
I have
please let me say one sentence and I'll pass the mic. I want to respond to the sister, please. It'll be brief. Sis, do you realize that the majority of Black American voters literally voted for Democrats to flood our communities with immigrants? Do you realize this?
I do realize that they played some games on the old people. Absolutely.
Real quick, let me answer that too with you.
Okay.
That's why I said in the beginning, Mulatto, it's been going on for over 100 years, man. Do you prescribe that first people here in America were like this, melanated people, whether they be mulatto, whatever, light skin, whatever it might be, different shades. We got red bones, we got all that's been here. Do you subscribe or prescribe to that or no?
In one sentence, just to be brief, if you're asking me, do I believe that the Aboriginal was one sentence, really? If you're asking me if the Aboriginal American people were phenotypically, quote, Black, definitely.
Okay, cool. Now stop right there. So under the circumstances, what would you think? Wouldn't you consider that what's going on right now has been something that's was the intention of this United States government or this takeover of the United States of America, what it was supposed to be as a republic? Wouldn't that be the common sense result? Was to flood immigrants in?
Not only am I acknowledging and articulating that multiple groups of foreigners have encroached on our land, I'm also acknowledging that many members of our own ethnicity welcomed them in, such as Pocahontas.
All right, I'll leave it right there. Nadi, you got it.
Okay, so I hate to excite the emotions of people, but
well, you wouldn't be you if you didn't do it.
We're coming into an understanding that foreigners are 14th Amendment citizens, and that's not proper. You have foreigners that comes in through the immigration, and that's separate than the 14th Amendment. The 14th Amendment is going to be identified as jus soli, a jus soli. And that's more or less as a individual born in the jurisdiction can only become president.
And that's the point, really. And that's why I always ask the same question. Black Americans have to decide, do you want to remain a perpetual minority in the U.S. or take your U.S. dollar and move to the Caribbean and live like royalty in a country where
You
at least
can't.
black people are the
Those
majority. I don't
those
know why you
people
Well,
are.
felt the need to interrupt me.
Hold
let
on.
me
Can I say
Why did
something?
you
Those
interrupt
let
me?
me
people.
finish.
I don't know why she
If I
felt the
just
need to interrupt me. But
Because
go
I
ahead.
want to say something. Those people are literally leaving those countries. So why would you tell us to go there? And they're
I just
all
told
crying.
you why.
You know, Trump is telling them to go home. They're literally crying all over the
Sis,
internet
if you didn't interrupt me, you'll understand why I said go down there. Literally, I said take your US dollar to the Caribbean, which I already done. I'm living it. I'm in the
and live
Caribbean.
like
As a
royalty. Obviously, they don't live like royalty.
No, I said we live like royalty in the Caribbean. Are you not listening, sis?
let
Respectfully,
me
are you
let
not
me
listening? Hold on, let me have a dialogue
Hold
with
on,
the
hold
sister
on,
because I
hold
want
on,
her to
hold on,
understand.
hold on, hold on, Mulatto. We actually cut off Nadi. Let Nadi, please, just real quick. You got it
yeah.
right back. You got it right back.
So
Bro. After
yeah.
that.
So let me ask a serious question on what I was trying to finish by saying that when you see a 14th Amendment citizen and you hear the president of the United States, who's a foreigner by origin, but has the ability to be president because of the just soleil. That's not going to be stopped. You can have immigrants coming in through immigration from here to Kingdom's Kong, and they're gonna have children here. That's gonna be just soleil. You can't stop that. But my question is, when the president comes on and say that intervention was directly meant for African chattel, right? Or slave chattel. Wouldn't that be a sign of some sort of restitution by admittance of slavery? And if it is a restitution in a form of restitution by being able to take on citizenry through a foreign corporation, wouldn't it open the door for more litigations to come in under that note as admittance for reparation?
I just want to get back to the discussion with the sister. So whoever want to answer him, can y'all just please answer him?
I don't know. I don't know, Nadi. I really don't know that.
Yeah, because it seems
Answer.
like they have already admitted that there was a something called slavery. It's
Right.
just the fact that we are going at it in a different way. We're attaching Africa and all this other kind of stuff to it, when really it's the American that was put under these
Yeah,
programs.
but that's not the question. The question is if they came and admitted to having slavery, chattel slavery, and their apology or their form of reparation was to allow those um the bloodline or the lineage of that chattel slavery to become citizens. That's a privilege. That's a apology. That's a reparation. Wouldn't it be identified as
Yeah.
a reparation?
To answer your question, that's an argument that the white man can and has used. To answer your question directly, that's an argument that they would use. But I really want to answer the sister's question. She said, "Why would we move to the Caribbean?" Sis, do you understand that the average Black American living in the Caribbean has a higher standard of living than the average Black American living in the U.S.? A Black American living in the Caribbean, we're not dealing with the school to prison pipeline. We're not dealing with racial violence. We're not dealing with medical apartheid. Actually, Black Americans living in the Caribbean are viewed as a model minority, similar to Asians in the US. Really, when a Black American moves to the Caribbean or Southeast Asia or even West Africa or anywhere in Africa, we are amongst the highest class, the top 10% economically. So it only benefits us as Black Americans to take our US dollar abroad.
That's a
Really,
fact.
that's the reason.
And that's the whole trick that they try to trick you to love, just be identifying with the one country and be in a prejudiced mind state because they don't want you doing international trade. They want you to leave it to Congress. They want you to stay subservient to the manipulation. It's a Frenchman, Lexus. I read his book a while back. Lexus
Langston
um
Hughes.
huh?
Was it Langston Hughes?
No, nope. It's a throwed off name. But Lexus said that America in his book, it's called 1886, America before. Damn, it'll come to my mind. But in the book, he said America. He went in a church in the 1800s, and he said America is great as long as the Americans do good. Then he turned around and said America will do good until Congress find out that they can scam the people with the people's money.
Okay. You two are coming from a foreign perspective, but as an American
No,
from the
I'm not
United
foreign.
States,
I'm not foreign.
um,
Lord have
okay,
mercy.
okay, because listen,
Economics, sweetie.
okay, okay,
Economics.
okay,
That's the
okay,
only way you
okay,
can
man.
defeat
Let her
or
talk though.
Let
rule
Let her
me
talk.
anything
finish
in
my
this world.
Let her talk.
statement.
Go
Okay,
ahead.
so what I was saying is that they have always tried to make us not an American. They have tried to Africanize us. They have tried to tell us that Africa is some kind of promised land. They told us to go invest in these people's countries. They have told us to go invest in the Caribbean and all these different type of places. They have always tried to tell us that some foreign group, the Mexicans, whatever, has some paradise somewhere that all y'all was kings and queens. So I don't know why you're having this conversation today and saying that we have been separatists and being told that America, that's something new. I mean, even now, if you look at the Democratic Party platform, they mocked people for celebrating the 4th of July. You know what I mean? They're saying that we're not supposed to be proud of anything American. We are just
Sis,
purely
you're not
African
listening,
people.
sis. Sis, you're not
The
Well,
listening.
Fourth
I'm
of
just
Let me
July
responding to
is
hold
what
a
you just
joke.
said.
please. Let me have the dialogue with the sister, please. It'll be brief. I'm gonna simplify the argument. The U.S. is the equivalent to a man that has taken your money and given it to another woman. That man has moved other women into your house and given them the master bedroom while you sleep on the floor in the basement in the backyard. The U.S. is the equivalent of a man that has killed members of your family, kidnapped members of your family. Why do you still love that nigga? Really? Can you answer that?
Actually, if
Yeah,
you
go
look
ahead.
at the history of the Spanish, they've done the same thing in these Caribbean countries. So I don't
I agree.
understand
But did they do
why
it to us?
they're on a different time scale. Matter of fact, I was just looking at this little short of all the Latina Black actresses who have to pretend to be Black American to get an acting job because they can't get any Latino jobs. So why would I go move
Agree.
to a Latino area when
Exactly.
clear like their own people don't got it like that?
Yeah, let me answer you. Let me answer you. And I noticed, with all due respect, you seem to have ADHD. I'm asking you about what the U.S. has done to your specific ethnic group and why you still love the U.S.
Okay,
Now,
so
I
I
agree.
may have
Let me
ADHD,
complete the
but you
sentence.
might be slow. You might
Go
be
ahead.
on the spectrum, okay?
All
Because
right.
for some reason you don't understand why a
Uh-huh.
person why would I leave my husband who is treating me somewhat decent to go live in a
Well, hold on.
project somewhere
Hold
in
on.
a slum somewhere?
Hold
Why
on.
would
Hold
I
on.
do that? If we wanted to
Sis,
use a
let's
marriage
not preach.
analogy.
Let's not preach.
Oh,
Hold
no, no,
on.
no,
You say
no,
in the
because
U.S.
we doing analogies, right? And
Exactly.
we
Let's
want
do
to talk
analogies.
about
My
people's
God.
thinking levels. So you must be on the
All
spectrum
right.
because
Well,
you don't
listen.
understand. Why would I go move in the
All right.
slum somewhere?
You're right. Just stay up there. Fuck it. You know what I mean? It don't bother me nothing. Stay up there. Really. Really. I live at the beach. You don't. Really. You got the school to prison pipeline on your ass right now. I don't. My kids don't
I say you
got
don't
to
know.
worry
I
about.
say you don't know how I'm living.
Let me complete the
See,
sentence, sis.
the
Let me
problem with
complete the
y'all
sentence.
foreigners is that you guys like
All
to
right.
stereotype people. You don't know how I'm living. Okay,
All right.
so
Let me
don't
ask
sit
you a
up here
question.
and talk about your beach living. You don't know what I'm sitting on right now.
Let's go one step at a time. Is the school to prison pipeline not plaguing your own family, your own ethnicity? Yes or no? I'm asking. I'm not attacking you. I'm asking. Is it not on your ass? Is the school to prison pipeline not on your ass? Is medical apartheid not on your ass right now? I'm asking, sis. Respectfully. Is racial profiling, racial violence by law enforcement, is that not on your ass right now, sis? I'm asking because I'm naming problems in the U.S. that you have that I don't have in the Caribbean. So fuck it. If you want to stay up there, part of my language. If you want to stay up there, that's on you, sis. It doesn't bother me. It doesn't hurt me. Really.
Okay, well then you know what you need to do is you need to talk to your fellow countrymen and try to figure out why all of them are clamoring to live over here. If we have such terrible problems, why are they all clamoring to live in our projects when they
Because
could be living on the beach right now?
and since I'm African American, so I don't know when you say my fellow countrymen, you are my fellow countrymen,
You
and I'm telling
already
you,
said that you was Puerto Rican. You already told us that,
no,
so
I
we already
live in
know where
Puerto
you're
Rico.
coming from.
I live in Puerto Rico. I'm African American. You're proving my point. I left the U.S. I said, hey, the hell with it. Really, it's better pastures out there for cheaper. Really, listen. Y'all up there paying, with all due respect, y'all paying $1,500 in rent and getting killed by police. Really, y'all
You
getting
get
killed by
killed by
police.
police for real. It don't make
Yeah.
sense, bro.
How does that
The
make sense to
fuck?
you,
You
sis?
fighting for what? You ain't
And it's
even
not
fighting
funny.
them.
And
You
really, it's
just
not
getting
even
killed
funny.
and laying
And
down and letting the shit happen.
and let me
Staying
say this,
poor.
it's not even
Shit
funny,
crazy.
sis. But let's have a dialogue, sis. If you feel compelled to stay in the U.S. as a sitting duck, don't try to say I didn't tell you any good advice to get up out of there. Really, I told you get up out of there. You want to say you want to be a sitting duck? That's you.
It's like
Okay, well, clearly you're not an American
it
because
seems like
that
All right, because
China's
runaway
not
fleeing
being
that's the
observed.
cop out.
mentality
That's the
is
cop
not
out.
within us. That's not what we do. That's why I said the reason
All right.
why they have to dump all these people on top of us and give us talking points like this to try to convince us to be docile is because we are a different type of group of people. And that's the reason why all the black folks from across the fucking world want to come live over here with us.
And you welcome them in, along with the whites and the Arabs, and you patronize
And the
all their benefits.
Chinaman and the
Yeah, and you spend
Spanish.
money, and you send their kids to private school, while your kids is in public school that don't even got running water, don't even got
But it's
toilet paper in
more
the
white
bathroom.
than Chinaman and
That's
Arabs
facts.
coming over here than blacks. I don't
Yeah, well,
Come
the
understand
on,
that.
Chinese have a whole Chinese government behind them. That's not us that's doing that. The Chinese
That
government
says you're
they're
is
voting for
not
them
paying
as
for
doing
well.
them. You
anything. They're
didn't
not
know
doing
that? You living
anything.
in 2026 and you don't know that the Chinese government is backing
You're
those people?
not doing
Hold
anything.
on,
None of it.
Roz. Hold
Yeah,
on,
I
Roz.
got
Sis,
that
It's the
video up. I got
government
that
that's doing
video
it.
ready too.
can I ask a question respectfully? Sis, how old are you? No, I'm not attacking you when I ask you that, but you sound kind of young, sis. Are you in your
It's
20s?
really not relevant how young I am or how
It
old I am.
is,
That's
sis,
not relevant.
because
I
your
could participate in this conversation just fine.
I'm not attacking
Um,
you, sis, but your frontal cortex has not developed all the way. I could tell, really, respectfully.
Let me
But
Well,
I'm
ask
gonna
you.
drop
well,
down there.
that's what
Listen, much
people
love to
do
y'all.
when they lose
Much love.
arguments. They like to call people names. If that makes you feel better, big man, to try to talk about my developmental skills or my brain, then go ahead, okay? Because you lost the argument. If you feel the only comeback that you could do is try to attack me personally because your argument sucks. It don't make no sense. All your people is coming over here, so obviously it's over here is where it's at.
Now, I will say this. He dropped down, but let me say this. Now, Mulatto, if you listening, I know you took your U.S. Federal Reserve notes over there. Yeah, and you got it transferred properly in wherever you Puerto Rican money, but
no,
you
Puerto Rico
taking that
use
United States
U.S. dollars.
dollar over there, Mulatto. You taking that United States dollar over there and doing your thing. So
They use United States money.
well, yeah, okay, got it. So he's taking his money over there that he got from America, United States or whatever, and he's taking it over there. Now, my issue is this. I get it. He makes good arguments, because he knows how to articulate it. But that shit don't stand on nothing. That
I
thing.
don't understand why you just told that man that he made a good argument. If all those people who
I
are
said
literally
he knows
living
how.
on the beach are all trying to cry and scream to come over here to live,
Right.
and they'll be living in our
Right.
projects. They'll be living in our
Right.
worst of worst areas. And you telling me that I'm supposed to believe that they somehow got it better? That's a good argument.
I said
Okay, so
he
let me
knows
give
how.
you an
Hold on,
idea.
time out, time out,
This
man.
shit
Let me get
crazy,
my
bro.
shit out. I said because he knows how to articulate it. I said it don't. You didn't let me finish. I said that shit don't stand on nothing. That shit is walking on quicksand. Has no validity. It sounds
How
good.
you figure that?
It,
What do you
man, ain't
mean?
got no validity. It ain't got no validity nowhere.
Make it make sense what you
I
say.
know the
To go
system.
against it.
I know the system. I know how the system works here. A lot of
What?
people don't know how the system works. They get frustrated, and what do? Run. Because that's what Mulatto did. Run. He ran from the system. He didn't want to fight the system or either try to understand the system, make it work for him. So what he does, he takes the cheap route and goes somewhere else. Well, have a good time. See you later. I'm not leaving. I know how the system works, so I make it work for me. If there is no money, if the system is ass backwards, I'm going to do that. I'm not going to move into, some area where I think I made it. I'm gonna stay in my neighborhood. I'm gonna stay close. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna stay within my circle, what I'm doing, because guess what? I'm not afraid. That's my point.
That sounds like you're afraid.
What do you mean?
That you can't go nowhere outside of your comfort
I
zone.
didn't say I can't go anywhere.
That's
I
what
do
you're
go
saying,
places,
bro. You're
but I'm
not
not gonna
going
stay
because
there.
you're not going. That means you
I
can't.
don't mind investing in other places. I could go invest, make my money. You know what I'm
Well,
saying?
this
Do
is
what I
what the
need to do,
man's
but I'm
saying. So it's
staying
got
right here.
one way. It's got to go. You got to be on one way or the other, bro. Can't be on both sides of that fence right now, righty?
Y'all
The
need to
young
go
lady
anywhere, man.
said. The young lady said none of that shit added up. She can't believe you agreeing with the man making logical sense because when he's speaking about 99% of the.
Naughty, you literally live in the
Ma'am,
United
allow
States.
me to spin it.
Well,
Finish.
how you gonna say it's making
What's
logical sense and
wrong
you're
with
not even in
you?
your
Right.
country? How does that make
What the
sense?
fuck is
You guys
wrong with
literally live
you?
in like upside down land.
What's
And then
wrong
I
with
come
you?
on here talking clear logic and you're like, I don't know what you're talking about. Get the fuck out of here.
Damn, bro, can you put a mask on it and let me finish?
No, look, Nadi, you gotta look at it from
No,
this point.
what? Damn,
Now,
I just sat here
I'm
and let
just
y'all
saying.
talk for 10, 20,
No,
30
is
fucking
this
minutes. Bro,
cut me
I'm
off
saying
because
what the
she
fuck
thought I
I
was
want
about
to
to give
say.
you
Let
some
me say
credit.
what the
She thought
fuck
I
I
was about
want
to
to
give you
say.
some credit. That's why she jumped in and said what she said. She thought I was about to give him some credit. But
I don't give a fuck. Let me say what the
leave
fuck
it up
I'm
to say
saying.
his shit don't mean
I don't give a
nothing.
fuck what he's saying. I'm saying what I'm saying right now.
Go ahead.
You just
No,
went
you
and
brought
said,
her up though.
damn,
That's what I'm
bro,
saying.
what the fuck?
Man, you brought her up, man. You said she came against you.
Allow me to say
Go
what
ahead,
the
man.
fuck I want to say.
Go ahead, man.
The fuck?
Nah, go ahead.
Again, you cited when she came in and said she don't believe you siding with that shit. Whoop, 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 whoop. You backtrack. And what makes sense financially, bro, to an adult that wants to look into the future for his inheritance and his lineage is looking at a more broader spot of then being in your yard, dealing with the people that's next to you that is not going to come buy 10 pairs of socks. You might get some money, you might not. But if you transfer them 10 pairs of socks in a boatload over to another area, your ass can fucking eat outside of the country.
Okay, so we don't know
So
the
hold
concept of
on.
traveling though, right?
We speaking on you interrupted me again.
You acting like we don't know
I'm
what
trying to
traveling
I'm trying
means.
to speak, young lady. Allow me to speak. So when we're speaking on a development of a people, bro, and he's speaking on 99.9%, you might be that 1% or 0.1%, however you look at it, that knows how to work the system, but other 99.9 don't. So the best option would be invest your money into international things. This is how America is rich. This is how the Congress stay rich. This is how they allowing, the man said, rich people coming over here under this premise, having whoop, 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 and getting more richer. Because they coming to do business somewhere they're not from. It's more opportunity to deal with where you're not from. Because you got a whole different mindset than what's going on there. And the availability and opportunity could be broad for you. So the man was making plenty fucking sense. He ain't said go there and die there. He said go there and build a lineage there. He said go there and use your money to make opportunities to make you internationally founded.
He was talking about living on the beach. What you talking about? We heard what he
That man
said.
said
Don't
take
just
your
don't try to
American black
switch up his
dollars.
words.
The
He
man
was talking
said
about
take the
living here, living in
American
the school, the
black dollars
pipeline,
and
prison, raising your
invest
kids
it
here.
in
He wasn't talking
other
about investing. He
places.
was
That's
talking
what he
about going and
said.
moving somewhere else. Don't try
I
to
know what
switch
the
it
man,
up.
I heard what he said. I don't know
Okay.
what your emotions got him thinking he said, but he said
Oh
out of
no,
his
I
mouth,
heard exactly
take
what he
your
said. It seems
dollars
like
and
you're the
go
emotional.
over to
Both of
another
y'all over there
place.
crying, not me.
Oh my God, crying! I'm not hardly
Look at you
crying,
crying right now.
Lily.
Oh my God, I can't talk.
No,
Talk,
no. Oh
bro.
my God, because you childish. You're very childish. And what he said is true. You show that your frontal lobe is not developed because you just want to argue. That's all you want to do.
No,
You
no, no,
don't want to
no.
take nothing in
I'm
reason.
not
You
your
don't.
everyday
Oh my
little
God.
Negro girl that's gonna sit up there and smile in your face and make you think that you're smart. Because what happened is y'all coming
See?
online spewing all this nonsense, and you don't know that it don't
What
make no sense.
nonsense?
Why would I go and pick up and leave to a place where all those people are all panning to live here? And then
Because
when they
your people
come
been
here,
still
they're living
doing the
in our
same shit
worst
for
of
over
worst. They're
100
going into
years.
our ghetto, the places that
You
we're
and
trying
your
to get out
people
of,
still doing
the
the
places
same
that
shit
we
for
are
over
trying to
100
get out
years, and
of,
you think
that's where they
something
go
gonna
sit
change.
themselves down in. And you
Can
telling
you
me
understand
that,
that
and
now?
then they think that they're great. They go back home and they go flex on their family. So
Ma'am,
you're
do you
telling, so that
understand that?
means where they're living is an upgrade. So you're telling me that I'm supposed to go live in
Can,
their slum that
can you,
they're running away from,
I
and
want you
that
to
makes
understand,
sense to you?
right. I
And you
want you to
telling me something's
understand
wrong
one
with
thing.
me?
You're right, you're right, you're right.
See,
I want you to
stupid
understand one
people
thing.
think smart people are stupid, and that's what's wrong. Is all
Hmm.
you guys don't
Hmm.
have an intellectual. You're not
Hmm.
intellectual. You're
Hmm.
stupid. You're
Hmm.
retarded. You're dumb.
Okay,
And then you look at
okay.
somebody else who has points that make sense, and you're just like, oh, your frontal lobe ain't developed.
Let me
No,
actually,
bro,
this
it's
makes
you.
sense.
That's the problem.
This gonna tell it all. If you and your people been doing the same shit for over 100 fucking years and you still talking about doing the
We
same
haven't
shit,
been doing the same thing. What
hold
the
on.
same thing have we
I'm
been doing?
asking, let me finish speaking so you can
What are you
understand the
talking
question.
about?
Let me
Now
get the
you're just
question
making
out.
up stuff.
Let me get the question out. Aton just came and said, if you've been paying attention, you've been up here, that this shit been going on for over 100 years. That the people, melanated people, been voting Democrat and doing boop boop boop, and this was what use substance in this conversation, please. If you and your people in this one motherfucking place steady doing the same goddamn shit for 100 fucking plus years, and you steady telling me you want to do the same shit, and you think it's something gonna come out of that different, what is that considered? That's my question.
It's considered not running away from your fucking problems.
Okay, well, that's letting me know your frontal lobe is not developed on
No, no, no. You're
strategizing
clear.
issues.
You run away
No,
when the
it's called
big fat man
strategizing.
Chinese come up to your land and
It's
tell
called
y'all where you could go and where you can't
strategizing.
go. You ran away over here where we didn't
It's
run away.
called
And so
chess.
now, because we
Do
didn't
you
run
know how to
away
play
and we
chess?
made
You know
it
how to
nice
play
and
chess,
comfortable
ma'am?
for you, you could go to the beach right now just fine. You
Ma'am,
could go live in
do you know
any
how to
place
play
in the United
chess?
States just fine. And now
Do
you
you know
gonna
how to
tell
play
me
chess,
that we
ma'am?
ain't did nothing for 400 years? Are you
Do
serious?
you know how to
That
play
makes
chess?
absolutely no sense. And then you gonna sit up here and have the
Picking
nerve to fix
handouts.
your mouth to say something's wrong with me?
Yeah, it is. It's very much something wrong if you ain't been observant
The
for the last 3, 4 fucking
audacity.
100 years.
The
If you haven't been
audacity. You sitting up
observant
here trying to
since
figure
the
out how to work our
14th
system. At
Amendment
least we
came
got
in,
this system now we could
what
work.
what
And
you
you
got?
don't got
What
no
you
system
got?
that you could work.
You're a 14th Amendment citizen. What do
You sitting
you
up here trying to
have?
learn our laws.
You
What
don't
we
have
got
a
going on.
listen, ma'am.
The case
You
law,
are
you sitting up
a
here studying the case
14th
law that
Amendment.
we're involved in.
Lord
That
have
birthright
mercy.
citizenship law has
You're
everything to do. It has
young.
to do with Dred Scott. It goes back
You're
so far.
you're
That has
very
to do
young.
with us.
You're
Somebody
very
standing on
young.
business way back
You
in
don't
those
even
old
know what the
days.
case
So
is
tell
about.
me, how
Tell
much
me what
business have
Dred
you
Scott is
stood on
about.
so I could go over there and I could be like, this
What
is
Dred Scott is
paradise.
about. What Dred Scott is about.
Whatever it's about
So
us.
what you mention it, you don't even know what the
Whatever
hell you're
it is
talking about.
it's about us. Why you sitting up there talking about we
Becoming
ain't
what
did
you
shit?
are. Becoming
talking
what you
about what
are.
we ain't did shit because we
A
showing the fucking
citizen.
segregated. We're not slaves.
A
We can do whatever
14th
we want to
Amendment
do. We're
citizen
doctors, lawyers,
that has
whatever we want to
privileges and
be. And y'all come over
amenities that
here
can
and
be
you have to
given
literally
and
pretend
taken
to be
away. Do you
us. You
understand
have
what
to
that
pretend
is?
to be us to get a job. And then you gonna tell us
Who
that
gotta
we ain't did
pretend to be
nothing?
you? Ma'am, I own my own shit. What is you talking about? You're childish. Nobody coming
Okay,
over
like I
begging
said,
you
when
for
you lose an
shit. What is you
argument,
talking
you could
about?
call me a name. That's fine. That's
You
fine.
are.
You know
I'm not
what?
losing no
I'm
argument. You're
glad
just
my youth
yapping.
is. I still got my
I'm not
youth.
even
That's great.
arguing with
Thank
you.
you.
You're just yapping.
That's a compliment.
Hey, champ, I got a question for you, baby. Real quick. Fuck Naughty.
Fuck your man.
Listen, tell me, when did the orphan train start? Like, what years did that actually run? You know the
Can you
years?
repeat the question?
You know the orphan trains, right?
Where did you get that information?
You ever heard of the orphan
From
trains?
me. All that from me. Nigga, none of y'all niggas, nobody was talking about that till I brought it up. All your information you going on, you learned from me.
Well, you
Okay.
probably have a
Anyway,
direct
It's a
direct
fact,
connection to the
nigga.
train,
okay.
so I don't
It's a
doubt
Don't
you.
fucking
don't.
fact.
Okay, this is between me and you, champ. This ain't got nothing to do with him.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Now it's a pivotal moment in time that we don't understand because the orphan trains is very important because didn't that start after 1865?
No.
I think the orphan trains ran from like the 1860s to like the 1900s. All right, it's a pivotal thing because every time Trump mentions the 14th Amendment, he always says babies of slaves. Okay, the babies of slaves aren't what you call Negroes. The babies of slaves are indentured people. Now, the one thing I can't understand is, okay, if you create the 14th Amendment, all right, cool. Now, right after that is the orphan train movement because that's child labor. In that time, we didn't have child labor laws. So somebody's bringing kids over here to work.
Okay.
So now,
Can I say something? Can
go
I say
ahead.
something real quick?
Uh-huh.
That 14th Amendment, the predecessor or the anchor to that 14th Amendment was Dred Scott. Dred Scott is our ancestor. That's our history. So
Right.
whoever benefited from that Dred Scott decision, I'm sure all kind of people benefited from that. But it was Dred
Wrong.
Scott attempting to stand on business because he wasn't no African slave and he was a free person. He was like, hold up, you guys are treating me wrong. He didn't run away. He went to court and he stood on his 10 toes. Now, it didn't turn out well because what it did was it put a lot of us into a bigger trick bag than we originally started. And guess what happened when we got in that bigger trick bag? We didn't run away. We stood on business until there was a whole war. And so now these people, so those people died. I showed y'all Confederate soldiers. There was people on both, our ancestors on both sides apparently. Okay. And so there was a whole war. And so now somebody gonna get up here, move here to this place, and then go tell us that we ain't did nothing in 400 years while he's benefiting from all the work of those people.
Well, okay, first of all, those people don't have,
This shit crazy.
they're not
Y'all
in this
retarded.
conversation. This
Y'all retarded.
conversation is from the
All right.
1860s.
It ain't no goddamn 14th Amendment
It ain't
built
got
up off of
nothing to
Dred
do.
Scott.
It ain't got
The
nothing to
orphan train
do with
started in
none of them people.
1848. 1854 is when they wanted to naturalize those citizens. That's really the true reason the 14th Amendment came about. You're right, Dre Cobbs. You're very absolutely right. It was behind the orphan train individuals.
Now, if you
Dred Scott
understand
wanted
that
to be part of that shit.
all people today are born here.
I need some papers. I need some receipts to that.
No.
Cause
Just
research.
understand the timeline and the situation.
Start
All right.
research.
Because now you got to understand they recently acquired millions and millions and millions and millions and millions of acres of land. They were granted access. So now they need labor to actually count the people that's on the land. So that's where the children come in. Why? Because if you understand our people, that's the one thing. That's the one thing we will always accept, understand, love, and nurture. These kids, we don't give a fuck about where these kids come from. They kids.
Right.
We do that today. We don't give a fuck what kid it is. Nigga, you fucking with a kid, you subject to get your motherfucking wig split.
Right. Because we're different. That's my point.
That's,
Is we're a different group of people.
different.
And that's why all
Yeah.
those people want to come and live up under us, because we're different.
Right. But
Because we
now
do care.
what they're not explaining with the 14th Amendment is the babies of slaves. That's why he's real accurate about what he says.
Well, he's actually, when they also bring up Dred Scott was not one of them people on them orphan trains. So
No.
what's happening is you're telling history from the white person's point of view as if they were the center. Those people could be naturalized or up under something else. The immigration stuff kind of took them in. When we went through that 14th Amendment, because remember, the course was just talking about slaughterhouse. That was about all them black codes and stuff like that.
Yeah.
They were talking about the Negro. They wasn't talking about no white
Not
folks.
allowing you in
Hold
their
on,
shit.
hold on.
Their
Stop.
citizens
Okay,
was the goddamn orphans that was created. The white orphans was their citizens.
Yeah, it's
And
all about white folks.
when they're using Dred
No,
Scott,
it's not.
hold on. When they're using Dred Scott, they're using Dred Scott to reel you in up under this 14th Amendment identity per corporation rule. Do you understand? That it's just to trick you. It's just to trick you and to get in. It was never meant for you. You was never identified. Citizens only are official government workers. That never been repealed. It's never been taken off of the record. That still stands. Just like a female born out of wedlock and born a female having children out of wedlock and don't have her father's name and have children, still stands today. 1780 something law still stands today. It never been appealed. It never been taken away, ratified or nothing. It still stands.
Okay, so if that had nothing to do with us, why was a lot of our ancestors' land have been revoked, have been taken because they weren't paying taxes, and the government required them to pay taxes.
Okay.
So then, if we were part of this whole system, or they weren't trying to capture us under this system, with however you want to look at it, and it's only about white people. Okay, then why were they doing that to those black folks? They would have just said they wouldn't even have no land in the fucking first place.
Again, because you're enemies of war and you petition to be a part of the system, not to be identified as enemies any longer. This is
Okay, what was this petition?
This what the civil rights was about. This what the Reconstruction Act was about. These things
Right,
seem
which
that
led to the 14th Amendment. And then you're going to wrap the 14th Amendment to make it about you. It ain't about you,
about
bro.
me, about you. You're trying to make it about you. It's not about you.
Yeah, I know. It's about you, right? It's
No,
about the
it's never
foreigners.
been about no one but official governments of the fucking officials of the damn government. That's what that is. That's what a citizen is. An official government employee.
There are two
Whether
citizens.
you like it or not.
There are two citizens at that time. There's American state citizens.
Yeah, that's
and then
we the
there's
people.
US, then there's U.S.
National
14th
citizens.
Amendment citizens.
Those are the we the people.
Now, the U.S. citizen, the 14th Amendment citizen, that has something to do with people that were under paperwork that were U.S., that were American state citizens. Now, that was a small portion of the South of these people. Now, those were Negroes. That's how they made the Freedmen's Bank. Those people who are under contract as state citizens by their owners would be their fathers, who are the landowners. That's the taxpayer. Now, these people had to actually transfer their paperwork from state citizen to federal citizen, which is a U.S. federal 14th Amendment citizen. Now, it's not all Negroes. It's a very small portion. Now, what the government did from there is they brought in child laborers, because those child laborers, guess what they did? They all got adopted by the other Negroes who still stood on their land. And this is how you get the Klan coming in, taking people's land, because now once that kid is adopted and has your name, all right, they'll kill off that family and keep that child. Now that child, his name is Johnson. So now you're going to think that, okay, he's a part of the Johnson family. Okay, cool. But you didn't tell me that you killed off the black Johnsons that adopted him. Now you understand that every generation, because now when you go from the 1860s to the 1900s, they went from Indians to colored. Now, when you go from the 1900s to the 1940s, they go from colored to Negro, because that's the next generation of children being born. So now when they change their name to Negro, they can put them in as 14th Amendment citizens. Y'all got to understand, all this is all actually going on during separation. So as they're creating these 14th Amendment citizens, they're creating a populace of people who can be taxed. Because before, when you were an American state citizen, you couldn't be taxed. They can only tax the owner of the land. But they never told you that your people own 4,000 acres of land and he got 1,600 of his motherfucking people on it. Because he been owning this land because his father owned it, his father owned it, his father before that, and keep going. Now, the reason why today that they can't get rid of the birthright citizenship is because, nigga, everybody got to go except us. Because we're the only people on this land that could live here without the 14th Amendment citizenship.
Government workers, employees of the United States can live here.
Okay, you know what? You're regurgitating stuff, and I'm not trying to be rude or just gloss over what you just said, but if it was true, if it was just about people being born here, then Trump would not have just made an executive order try to circumvent those babies using the loophole to be born here to become part of the government worker system that you're talking about. They literally have incubator babies, which are those surrogates that I was just asking Aton about. That is the equivalent of incubator babies. It's just the incubators is in people's stomach, right? And so these one man to come over here and have 100 kids, that's your orphan train right there. And Trump just made that illegal. So if the 14th Amendment was about that, then these people wouldn't be trying to make that illegal.
Okay, so
They're saying that they're misusing the law because these babies, that birth tourism stuff that he's talking about, that's the equivalent. That's the modern day equivalent of an orphan train. And I know sometimes y'all be kind of slow on the go and you don't understand that, but that's the modern day equivalent of an orphan train. And they're literally saying that they've used.
hold on, Dre. Hold on, Dre. Sis, okay, I understand what you're saying. Now, let me side with you and say, Trump said that it was predominantly for slave children. Okay, if you read the Constitution, or the defining of citizenship itself, it established a citizenship clause. This is what it is, citizenship clause, guaranteeing that anyone born on U.S. soil is automatically U.S. citizen regardless of race. So that's not just identity. That's the direct definition of citizenship, for the Constitution purposes. So it's not identifying any race.
Okay. But the person identified as black, and I went on the other day, I showed you the origin where that black stuff comes from. It comes from England. Okay. And then they came over here, Dred Scott. Now your ass is a black person after that. Black people have no rights, right? You
Right.
don't have no rights. So
So this is
so
the only
now you're
these are the
so
only citizens though from that identity of recognition or colorism placement. They only identified as black and only allowed to be citizens to be identified as the definition of black being an African slave. That's their definition.
okay. Well,
So
All
as
right,
I
an
hold on.
get
individual,
where that's the definition that they rewriting now in
no,
2026.
All right.
it's been
But
there.
I showed where the black comes from England, and it actually derived from some people living in the woods, some white folks who were running around robbing the rich people, and they called those people black people. And they
In
turned
law,
around
in
and
law,
they right.
American
So they
law.
came, then they turned around because in law and all these legal
We
papers,
speaking
they're
about
called
American
black
law
and
right now.
Negro. And legal
So in
papers
the
were called black and
American,
Negro.
in
So what happens
American
is
law,
they come over here and
oh
they actually
God,
did this to the Hindus too as well. The Hindus had a whole war behind that black stuff, and they came over here and they start calling us black and us Negroes. So
All right.
now we're being deprived of just us living
no,
here.
we
We
not,
the people of the land.
ma'am. Ma'am,
All right.
you have to stop putting yourself in that position. You want to claim to be citizen, you're gonna be defined such as this black citizen.
No,
All
No,
actually,
right.
I'm claiming to be American. I'm saying that we're the
All right.
American, but
All
I'm
right.
What's
saying
up? What's up? What's up, Aton?
All right. I'm about to play that video. Let me play your video. Okay.
Well, let us finish first, bro.
All right. Come on. Y'all gotta get to it.
We trying to. So
well,
yeah,
it
yeah.
derives from the
Go ahead.
beginning. 1828 definition, copper colored races, defined as Americans, found here by Europeans. Okay, today, no one acknowledges that. They shrub over that because who are these copper colored races? Defined as Americans in 1828.
Not citizens though.
No, they're American citizens. They're
Remember,
American state citizens.
no. Listen what I'm saying, bro. Please listen, Jacob. 1828, there was no 14th Amendment citizen.
No, it was only American state
bro,
citizens.
allow me to speak, brother, please. After 68 or so, you starting to get this time or this term allowing to be represented as citizens by only definition of black being an African slave. So that prior talk about 1828 is cool. But once an individual takes on after that, post that, and identify himself as a United States citizen, it's a whole different terminology now. You
Right.
don't fall up under that.
Because my people don't know that they were American state citizens before the 14th Amendment citizenship.
Well, they still are, basically,
Period.
but they don't
So
identify
now
with it.
the
They
question
identify with the
is,
citizen.
right now today, right, would be why aren't those people told that they are descendants of American state citizens?
But
Because
we were always living in state. Listen, I mean, I know you did your genealogy, and I know that you could go back and them things that are called states now were called territories. They were Indian territories. Like if you have somebody from Oklahoma, if you have somebody from Arkansas, places like that, those weren't even states. Those were territories. So we weren't state citizens. We're the people of the land. It's like this: the historical Chinese person who's been living in China for thousands and thousands of years. So then the People's Republic of China comes along. And so then they tell them people who's been living there for thousands and thousands of years by whatever name that, oh, you're not part of the People's Republic of China. And so then somebody comes along to incorporate them historical Chinese people into the People's Republic of China, and they regurgitate it and say, oh, it was about the foreign workers. No, it was about them trying to capture those people who were there from time immemorial, from day one.
Right.
That's
And
all it's about.
the people that have been there from time immemorial, right? They came together and created what you call the Confederate States of America, which are sovereign American states made and bordered by Americans. And all those people within that border, within those territories, within those states are American state citizens. And there were no white people here then.
But see, Jacobs, when they per 8 USC 1401, everyone that's born on this land has two identities, two representations, a national and a U.S. citizen. But the thing is, when you go and affiliate with the U.S. citizen, far as the paperwork, the jurisdiction, the residence of, this now separates you from your identity of a national. Now you're considered, and I hate to say it, a sound like this again, but a government worker. You're paying insurance. The insurance is identified as Social Security. That's an insurance. That's for your retirement. That's a job. It's just structured in a different format, but that's what it is. Because they call it something different doesn't mean that's not what it is. The job
Nah,
is the federal
I,
government
I
as a
understand what you're
citizen.
saying.
The
Okay, so now
citizen still
if all the
stands
people,
as an
if
official
all it's
government agent.
naughty,
Yes, sir.
if all the people are employees, because everybody born here today is a 14th Amendment citizen. I don't give a fuck what nationality you are.
Not
Right?
necessarily.
That's necessary.
No, you got to be born in the jurisdiction of, bro. Remember
Okay,
that.
anybody born in the United States of America today?
No.
Oh
The
my God,
jurisdiction
bro.
is their buildings, is their hospitals,
Man, you're
is their
bullshit.
registry. That's the
Okay, so
jurisdiction,
now if
bro.
you're born in Kentucky, you're not a 14th Amendment citizen?
If you're born in Kentucky in your mom's house and your mom have you in that house with a midwife, no, sir, you're not born in the United States.
Okay. Anyway, now
You're born in
that
America, but you're not
okay.
born in the United States.
All right.
You're
So
not
now
in
you're
that jurisdiction.
separating the United States from America. America's a nation and the United States is a nation at the same time.
America
Yes,
is a country.
is America a nation
Your
and the
family,
United States is a
your
nation?
family is the nation. Cobb Nation. That's the nation.
Okay,
That's where you dwell. That's where you hail from.
Okay, naughty.
Yes, sir.
It's the basics. Okay, if the Cobb name can be a nation in America, that means America is a nation.
No, the Cobb.
No,
The
America
Cobb
ain't a nation,
Nation
but the
is
United
a
States is.
nation on the
Okay,
country
America ain't a
America,
nation, but the United
on
States
the
is.
land
But this
America.
place is
That's
called the
identified.
United States of America.
No,
So there are no
America is a
Americans who live here.
America is along with the United States is a geological
God
identification.
damn, man.
It's
You know
nothing
how
else
y'all
outside of
motherfuckers
that.
be bullshitting. So you can't tell me 1 + 1 is 2.
Damn, bro, this is hard to say. It's like
No, it's
you're
not
not
hard to
catching
say.
on.
Okay, so you telling me, okay, was America here first or the United States?
The land.
Okay, on this land, you call America before the United States. Was it a big ass motherfucking park?
No, it was not. It was called
Okay, so
India
what was on the
Superior.
land that
You
you called
had,
America before it was the United States?
I'm trying to tell you. You had India Superior, you had Florida, you
No,
had
nigga, what was on the
damn,
land?
bro, you just trying to fucking knock it out. I'm trying to tell you. America didn't come around until the United States formatted a little bit prior to that, when the Continental Congress came along and created the United States. That's when you start to see America, bro. Prior to that,
America's
the white people
America.
identified as Newfoundland,
America is in
or
books from the 1600s, the 1500s.
that shit is some bullshit, bro. That shit is
Oh, that's
reprinted with
bullshit.
that in there, bro. This is what I'm
Oh,
telling
they
you.
just printed that in there.
You got to run away from the hijack, bro. Who
Oh,
identified it
that's a
as
hijack.
America? Who
So now it
identified it
wasn't
as
a.
America? Who?
Oh my God. Okay.
When the United
Okay.
States was no fucking where but in 13 colonies, how was the whole country identified as America, bro? Make it make sense.
Wasn't it in America?
Um,
Ain't it in America?
United States created
United States is
America.
13 colonies on the eastern seaboard.
United
In America, right?
United States
It's in America.
created.
Ain't it?
United
Isn't it
States
in America?
created.
Isn't the United States
Yes,
the 13 colonies in
in
America?
America. Yep.
Okay, so now the rest of the country is still in America, right?
No, not until
No,
bro.
You
Only the
sure?
colonies that took on the United States became America. That's when it became America, bro.
Man, you sound crazy as hell.
Outside of the union of those 13 colonies, there was no fucking America.
Oh my God.
There was
So they
13
weren't
colonies.
whatever. Okay, whatever. Wait a minute. Hold on. Are you telling me that everything outside of the 13 colonies is not America, but we're on the American continent?
I want you to understand this, and I'm gonna say it slowly.
Yes or no?
Can I say what I want to say?
Okay, first, please just answer my question.
You're trying to
The
confuse me.
13
I'm trying to stay
colonies called the
straight.
United States.
It wasn't no United States prior to it coming together as a union. Prior to that union, there was no America.
So the people who lived here just lived where?
In the colony. Or in
So the
Indian
people that lived outside
territory.
of the colony,
Or
where did
in
they
a
live?
territory, bro.
Okay, what continent was the territory on?
The North Continent, this continent, what we on. We didn't have a
Okay,
whole
what
name
did they
for it.
call it
You
back
had
then?
part of it called India
What
Superior.
did they
You had
call
part
it
of it
back
called
then?
Florida. You had part of it called Califia. You had part of it called what was they calling that fucking Midwest area? Some want to debating say Israel. Some want to debate.
Is it on the continent of America?
Bro, what is you talking
Yes
about?
or no? Is
When?
California, did
What year?
California move?
What year? What year you
Did
talking about?
Florida move?
What year?
Any year.
Prior to a certain year, there was no America.
Okay, prior to what year?
Prior to the years of the United States communing to one union.
So now when they say varicose Vespucci is they named it after him in the 1500s. So that's a lie.
That's a lie.
Okay, that's a lie. Okay, cool. Now, so let's go with this because from 1500 to 1800, this is what we're talking about, this window. Now, this window, these people live here on this continent that everybody else on this continent is calling America, from north, middle, and south. But now, in the United States of America, it's not called America.
So the Mario Vespucius or Mario Vespucius thing is of an individual name prior to the Germans who choreographed the map of the North America and put that name on there. At this time, there wasn't just that map. It was hundreds of maps being used to identify this place. That map didn't take precedence until the United States took on the unionization of the colonies and put that as a placement of identification of their country,
All right, that's
America.
fine. That's fine. And in this country that you said that they just hold on. In that country, that you said that they just put together. Now they define themselves as something else.
What? Who? The colony?
Okay, the definition specifically describes copper-colored races found here by Europeans. So the copper-colored races found here by Europeans, why would they write that as the definition of American? Because American means people. America means land.
So you saying 14, 13, 1500s, the copper colored people on the land was calling themselves Americans?
No, I'm telling you, the name that you just said that they just changed it to, they defined the people that's always been here as copper colored.
And I'm letting
So
you know
you're
that
saying,
name
are
didn't
you
come
saying,
around until the
okay, so are
colonists
you saying that the
produced
Europeans are
it.
copper colored too?
What the fuck, bro? This shit crazy.
No, I'm asking you a question. You said that they named this shit
No,
after they got
bro,
here.
bro. Let
So
me tell
now
you
when they
something.
named it,
I'm
they
gonna
described the people that's from here as
hold
something
on.
other than what they are.
Trey Cops, just work with me just one time,
I'm
please.
trying to work with you, but you ain't making no sense.
I'm trying to. Believe you me, I'm trying my best. So the identification, as you was coming up, and you can go look this up right now. The identification of the first settlers, which would be identified as the first Americans, are the Pilgrims. The Pilgrims coming in being identified as Americans versus the Indians. The Indians weren't called Americans, they was identified as Indians in their
No, they're
story.
identified as
Damn,
American
bro, this
Indians.
shit crazy, man. This shit is crazy.
No, you're
Motherfuckers come with a
bullshitting.
name
They've
and you
always been
saying
written
that's
as
their name.
American
Y'all
Indians.
niggas crazy, bro. Motherfuckers come with a name and you want to claim the name. Just like citizen. They say you're a citizen, you want to claim the citizen. Don't know what the fuck it really means.
Motherfucker, I'm American. Nigga from the United States of America. I
I'm a
am the
man.
copper-colored races found
I'm
here.
a
Nigga, I'm
man.
a descendant of them.
I got
Period.
more standing than someone with a
You ain't
title
got
that
no
only
standing
have
in my
cities.
motherfucking yard, nigga.
Man, what the fuck is you talking about? There you go with the emotional shit. Dude, wake the fuck up. Your brain is big as a pea. I'm not.
I'm trying to figure it out, homie, because you keep saying that everybody else is American, but the American Indians. Make that make sense.
All right, hold on. Time out. All right, so look. I want to play some more videos because I got some more stuff that needs to tie in because I want. It doesn't have to be, but what I want the conversation to kind of circle around is naturalization, birthright citizenship. We was on it and then we jumped off a little bit, but I want to kind of see where things shifted. Nadi, it sounds like what Nadi is saying is that even the American term is foreign. Now, my question to Nadi, and mute up, y'all. I want to talk to Nadi, me and Nadi. What language is the word American? How do I say it? Where does American derive from in language?
Like 3 different cultures.
3 different.
Yeah.
All 3 what? Because it would be the
German, Spanish, and
romantic
Moorish.
languages.
Huh?
Romantic languages.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, were the indigenous people of America, or what we call America today? I'm gonna roll with you for a second. Were they able to communicate with them?
With who?
With these with the Moors, the Romantic languages, because the Moors pretty much control all that is the ancient Phoenicians, right? So in that language were the American people, what people consider to be American Indians today, by definition, were they able to communicate with them back then, prior to the 1300s?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, did those languages that you're talking about, let's say in American, they're calling these indigenous people here in what we call America today, they came up with that terminology or that that description. Where did that derive from? Why did they call the people here in what we call America today American?
Again, because when the map itself, it coming from the map was created by two German brothers, and the map at the time wasn't widely used. It was all kind of maps being used. This was giving identity to the land. You had the identity of it being called the West Indies. You had an identity it being India Superior. You had different trademen and pirates identifying. Yeah, people calling it the Turtle Island. Even in print on map print.
Ethiopia.
Ethiopia. This is what I'm saying. There was a lot of different maps at the time. Once the United States colonies went and did their 1776 revolution, they had already did a contract with the United States. The United States had already did a contract with the Moroccan government, which now you can call the Treaty of Peace and Friendship. They already had that in place, and they used that map to identify what location they was actually under as a nation, because they had to territorize some type of standing of land. So they took on this map, identified it, and used the map from that point forward and start identifying the people as such. And that took years to come around, bro. That was fucking 200-300 years that map had been lingering.
All right, so 2 questions before I forget. You said Moroccan. Now, I mean, that's pretty much within the realm of saying America. Just different vowels in between, but still will be the same. You know, you have an A in between. You actually have other things that you've seen on maps where you got Ta, Mary, Ka with K's. And then you have the land of Mu. You have other different types.
Amaruka. It actually means,
you got Amaruka. You got
that actually means son of a sultan.
Okay, so now we have a definition. Now, but these people that came over here to this land called the Aboriginal copper-colored people races here Americans. Now, my other question is...
No, they identified them as Indians in the beginning, bro. They didn't identify them as no American.
Okay, so what came first? Indian or American? Because 1828, you got
they was
Indian.
Identifying you as an Indian, bro.
Okay, I got you. That's a whole nother, almost 400 years prior to 1828, they were called Indians.
Because once upon a time, that the land was identified as India Superior.
Okay.
So they was identifying the people in the land from Boston, Massachusetts to the Great Antilles was identified as the West Indies, that whole coast.
Got you. Yeah, I agree. I agree.
They called them West Indians, the whole coast.
I agree because in that little segment I did on
it was all history, people. It was all those people spoke the same languages, even though it might have been many languages. they was in many languages of tongue because they was all
Okay,
the same people
got it.
trading
So
and doing things throughout the world.
so in that 1828 definition of America, was this already a melting pot of people, or
Yes.
that America came from was a definition based on all the how you say it, coagulate of people that came over from Europe? You talking about these Moors that came over here? Then they was actually in that Western dictionary. They was talking about them being Americans, but it says the indigenous, right? It says Aboriginal. Didn't say indigenous, but it said Aboriginal copper-colored races that was already found here. That was here already.
Yeah, those people were here. Look up the ITAC. These are my people there. The Siponis. Look them up and see how far in the mainland they come.
No, I'm gonna take.
And
I'm gonna take it.
hold on. But listen. So the 1300s, around the 12 to the 1300s, around the 1330s, late 1290s, 1330s, you had a bunch of foreign Europeans coming in, copper color. This was indeed true. They was
Okay.
coming in and identifying as the indigenous groups in a tribal clan sense. Like, say for instance, I come in from another country and I bring 200 boatload with me, and you to the land, and you what we call you, a ton, what we call him, what call you, Yahweh, or what you call your name?
Okay.
Hold on, let me. Yeah, Aton-Yah, and your whole existence and all the people that's kin to you that has a community, not actually identified as a tribe, but just a community, because the tribe is going to be dealing in commercial events, commercial affairs as a corporate entity. But you yourself is Yahweh, the Yahweh nation. Okay? I'm going to come in with 200 people from the foreign off the boat, and I'm gonna come in and I'm gonna adopt your trade, adopt your habit, adopt your culture, and now I'm gonna develop a Yahweh tribe, and do trade with the people in places I come from. Now this is where the tribe come in. And the whole site of Aboriginal, and I want you to understand this. The Aboriginal word truly derives from foreigners or Romans coming into another land. The exact same thing I just said, coming into another land, identifying the people, identifying the culture, then taking on the names of those people. That's the etymology of Aboriginal. Is
Okay.
outside of indigenous.
Okay. So, all
So
right. So,
this how they sneak these words on you, because they try to layman term the word, but and put it in their book and have people claim this word. But in true nature of it, they know what it is, and they represent it as what it is in truth. You know how law go, bro.
okay. So ab, right? So ab, and then you have original. So it's like descended from, or trying to, what we call today, what they call a tether, anchor to what the original is. Try to find some place within that, which has continued over time and evolved for different people, right? So that's why it says now applied to the European races. Now applied. So that now applied
It's
has
always
another,
been applied to them.
but it has another connotation to it. So
That's layman
with
term.
right, but under this, what I'm saying is that they communicated with each other, so they knew how to communicate. So they spoke similar languages where they can communicate, just like Kiswahili, in Africa. That's their common language. So the other question is this: with all that being said, in America, right, on this continent, I would say, in this continent. And I don't call it North America. I call it Central America because Canada up top, you got South America on the bottom.
That's still connected. It ain't really
is still connected. That's why Canada will, to me, will be considered to be North America. So
you know what? Can I say something, please?
Mexico.
Real quick, let me ask this one question real
All
quick,
right.
Lee. Right. I'm just trying to get some clarity here. Now, is there any sovereignty in that word America here in North America? Is there sovereignty amongst the people that they're describing as the people that they're calling America at that time, American at that time? And does it apply to the indigenous people here on this land? You want me to ask that again? Does it
No,
does
I
that
keep getting a call coming in, but I heard you.
okay, let me ask it again then. Does that word American apply? Well, does that word American have sovereignty here?
I heard you.
Outside of the United States, I'm gonna form it differently. Outside of the United States, and is that term American apply to the indigenous people of this land?
Okay. So the answer to your first question, yes, it does apply because it's an international tradable of commerce, the name itself. So it holds power in an international format.
So there's sovereignty there.
It's sovereignty there, internationally.
All right.
Domestically, they have identified as ridding the indigenous man off of the land they call America. How they got rid of it is paperwork, genocide, and the admittance out of our mouth by even identifying the land as America. We're doing injustice to ourselves by saying the America and the United States of the America, because this is the only time you really gonna see the representation of America. You don't see that alone by itself. And domestically, the United States of America has a definition has a definition of ridding the indigenous and conforming the status quo American under the ruleship now, United States.
All right. So what you're saying is you're saying somebody just decided to copyright it and trademark it and claim it as theirs? Because a lot of people call themselves Americans. We know damn well they are not. You know what I'm saying? They at best they're U.S. nationals. At best they could be considered U.S. nationals, United States citizens, but Americans they are not. You see what I'm saying? But they continue. But the repetitiveness and the continuousness of saying that over and over again, these people are actually thinking that they are Americans and they are not. Though, just like they say, people that claim to be Jews but are not. These people are claiming something that they have no claim to, regardless of what the conversation is. I mean, we did our thing, Nutty, but regardless of what the claim is and how it seemed to be kind of laid out, these people are utilizing terms that don't apply to them factually, and they're actually doing that in real time. But these people actually are convinced. They really believe that they are Americans and they're not. See what I'm saying? That's the key. I mean, regardless of what happened, because you took me back. Hold on, let me get this off. You took me back to the 1300s. So we went back. You took me back to the 1300s. Now in the 1300s, that's 100-something years. That's almost 200 years prior to 1492. So we went way back to the 1300s. So that's a whole different spectrum that you're talking about. You didn't start with the 1500s. You went to the 1300s. That's way down, way back then, way back in the day. Day. See what I'm saying? So that American and that Indian goes way further back than 1492. And even 1492 has no goddamn lineage because they start their shit from 1500s, 1700s, 1800s. That's when they claim their rights all the way up until the Civil War, 1850, 1860, 1870s. So we're talking about a full 500 years. A full 500 years that you're talking about. You see what I'm saying, my brother? That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
So there is strength and power. There is strength and power in that because in the 1300s, we was rocking. So we at least agree with that, though. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead. You got it. And then
1100s we was rocking.
1100 we was rocking. But, you know, we just did you did the 1300s, 1200s, 1300s. But, yeah, for real. All right, so we got that. All right, cool. Business, what's happening?
Okay, so first of all is that you could find those very old maps when Castile was here, and they went to they were making maps of the Americas, the Indies of America. So you know we don't have to look very far for that. Second of all, that definition that you had said that American originally applied to the copper-colored people. So if it originally applied to these people, you can't come around and then say, especially if you're going to rely on these people's definitions, you can't come around and say it never applied to y'all. It only applied to these other people. So that's what I'm saying is like people like to gaslight people, call people names and say they can't think and they're emotional and all these type of things. But the things that are coming out of their mouth don't even make sense. How are you going to sit up here and say it applies to the Europeans and all these different people when the definitions that you're relying on says it originally applies to the copper color person?
Where you see that at?
Nigga, bring up the definition.
Show it to me in law.
Show it to you in law,
Stop
nigga. How about
lying.
we show you the definition?
So even in history, that they was identifying you when it did turn to a term to identify anything American towards anyone here. It was identified as the American Indians. They wasn't just Americans. At no point that you were identified as just Americans. You had to be American Indians to fall up under the United States territory. That's what made you an American Indian. You were not seen as an American, ma'am. I don't know what the fuck was what we
Yes,
crying
you
about.
were. Matter of fact, different
This shit
countries
crazy.
besides British.
Some Germans who created the
You
word.
are crazy. Okay,
The
let me tell
Germans
you
created
that you
the
have Castile, which is Spain. Because if you don't know, maybe you don't know that Castile is what we now consider Spain, and all those places over there. When they came over here, they were literally in the Indies of the Americas, and the people they were calling them Americans. They also was saying that they were Negro. So what I'm saying is that you could find it with other countries when they describe this place. They're literally calling the people American. They're in the Americas, blah, blah, this, that, and the other. Just now, you want to specifically talk about the United States. You know, the United States is like the latest, they like the newest kid on the block. You do understand that, right?
No, they're not. Listen, let me tell you something, and I hope you catch this. In the mid to late 1400s, a large tsunami went through and desolated the whole site of Europe all the way to Denmark. Killed, if you didn't have a boat, your ass did not survive. You can look this up, facts. This is when this country got flooded with immigrants. Those immigrants was coming over and holding rule compared to still of a royalship that was holding territory that still claimed them as subjects. They was trying to shake loose. As they were shaking loose, they created these terms, American or this Apache, Cherokee. These are all substructed names after the nation of each family was identified as a nation. This historical facts, ma'am. You arguing over something that you're claiming citizens one week, you was claiming last week. Now this week, I'm trying to give you the site of the word American, and you still want to fight that. That comes from two Germans that created that. Two German brothers that never
I
stepped
mean,
on this
really,
land.
why is this like even like so important?
Because I want you to understand what you're claiming is putting you in a box that you can't come out of. Like they create these boxes that we don't understand. They create the
So,
vehicle
okay,
or the automobile as a box to keep you in a box. They
Yeah,
create
yeah.
your
So if I
bed
call
as
my
a box
automobile
to
a
keep you in a
car,
box.
or if I
Your
call my automobile
doorway,
a
a
Tesla, I
box.
still know
Your
it's an
window,
automobile. Am I
a
correct?
box.
And so if I go outside and I say I'm starting my Tesla, are you gonna sit up here and argue with me how it's not a Tesla, you putting it in a box, it's really an automobile, or is really, a
It's a
car, or
box.
all this other type of no, it's like you're kind of like
Yes,
arguing.
every aspect of your life, they're trying to give you four corners, which they're trying to represent man being God as a 360 degree. Like a circle is naturally 360 degrees in naturality, the man is making the same natural instincts in a 360 degrees, but using it as a 90, 90, 90, 90. That's how he's creating his illusion to hold us in a 90 degree, 90 degree, 90 degree, 90 degree box to take our whole world from us. And they put in these little signals like Aboriginal. Go ahead and claim that. Let we spread this name. So the majority of them can go and sign up to this. But in truth,
An
this is what it means.
aboriginal is only just an adjective. It's
Ma'am,
like
I'm trying
saying
to
that I'm
tell
a
you.
tall, it's
Can
a
you go and
tall
look it up
woman.
in etymology,
If
please?
you call me a tall woman, that doesn't, oh, that's not my name. And somebody's calling me this, and
I
online,
want
I'm
you to be
Americanism this,
educated.
and all this other kind. No, you just saying
I
I'm a
want you to
woman.
be, I don't
That's
want you to
tall.
be a
But so
clown.
an
I want you to be
aboriginal is
educated.
just the description of the original
No,
people.
it's
Just telling you the
not.
original people.
Ma'am, to you and me, when we talking bullshit, bar talk, but in law, it doesn't. And that's what
Nadi,
maintains the government. That maintains the
Nadi, is
world
the
is
United
law.
States of America a corporation?
Equity
Yes or no?
what?
Is the United States of America a corporation
It has
as
two
of today?
definitions. The United States has two definitions.
Is it a corporation or not?
It's moving in a governmental and a political. It moves both branches. I mean, corporate and political. It moves both ways.
Is the
That's why they
United States of
that it
America a
it can be sued. Can the
corporation
United
or
States be
not?
sued? Can the United States be sued?
Is it a
Ask
corporation?
yourself that question. Can they
Yes,
be
it can
sued?
by the
All
Americans.
right. So what is it? What is it?
The
It can be
United
sued by
States of
anybody.
America,
Anybody in the
huh?
world can sue United States. What are you talking
Okay,
about?
that's fine. And so can the Americans.
If it could be sued, that means it what? A business, a corporation.
Who was here first, the American or the United States?
You can't sue the sovereign. Do you know that?
Who was
Sovereign
here
can't be
first,
sued.
America or the United States?
Damn, we going through this shit again, my nigga.
No,
This
because you
crazy.
can't, you don't want to answer the question, yes or
I'm finna,
no. Because
I'm like,
everybody's
hey,
telling
Ton, you
you
ain't got no
America
more
was
good
here.
questions on this
Excuse
app you
me.
reading, bro?
Listen. You always talk,
Because we
but you
going in
don't want to listen to
circles. These
nobody
niggas
else.
can't even understand what we just said out of our mouth, the two of us. It just went over their head, below their feet. They missed the whole
Man,
fucking
yes
thing.
or no?
Still asking the same questions, me
No,
and this man
because
just
you're
explained.
telling me that the greatest country in
A-Todd,
the world don't have a home people or a
A-Todd.
home ownership. But now it's the richest nation in the world. But now, bitch, fuck you. You come slap it. I dare you. Bitch, I'll get off this phone and
We're down. That's the type of shit y'all like to deal
Cool
with, huh?
out, cool out, cool out, cool out, cool out, cool out, man. Cool out.
You cool out my
Hey,
ass.
look. Let's do this. While we do that, y'all go ahead, mute up. Let me present some things. This from Firekeeper, and I want to play the video that isn't shot based on the Black Act. And I want to talk about that black tax too, but I don't know. We might not be able to do it today. We'll do it tomorrow. But Let me go ahead and do that real quick. Go ahead, mute up, y'all. Mute up. All right, so look, right here, what we're looking at is the 1924 Indian Citizenship Act. Let me read this so we get some clarity on what we're looking at here. All right. What we're looking at here is, it says the 68th Congress of the United States of America at the first session, mute up, y'all, mute up.
What year?
Begun and mute up, y'all. Let me read this. Begun and held at the city of Washington. The city of Washington. Now, if you guys pretty much understand here, right? So let's just look at it real quick. Let me turn my camera on. City, right? You know, you got a lot of cities here, but then you got states, you got counties. So just keep that in mind. This is done at the city of Washington on Monday, the 3rd day of December, 1923. It says to authorize the Secretary of the Interior to issue certificates of citizenship to Indians. So these certificates are being issued here. All right. Where is this at here? I'm on the wrong thing. All right. So if we're looking at this language, now what we think, what we feel is, let's look at the language. So the Secretary of the Interior is authorized to issue certificates. Now, we know that we have birth certificates, or what they also call certificate of live births. Now, this is actually taking place. When you have first session, this is done in the House or Congress. Congress is doing this. So they're authorizing the Secretary of the Interior to issue certificates of citizenship to Indians. 20s. Now it says right here, we're getting all this be enacted by the Senate and House of Representatives, right? That's Congress, right? It says that all non-citizen Indians born within the territorial limits of the United States be, and they are hereby declared, to be citizens of the United States. Let me read that again. Born within the territorial limits of the United States be, and they are hereby declared to be citizens of the United States, provided that the granting of such citizenship shall, not may, shall not in any manner impair or otherwise affect the right of any Indian to tribal or other property. Y'all want to go first?
Yeah, let me go first.
Go first.
This document, I'm so glad you bring this document to existence. So it's one thing wrong with it. Second thing, I will use it. I'm gonna use it in some of my paperwork. All right, so 1921?
You're welcome.
Thank you. It says 1921. Go back up. 1923. Washington City. Washington City and Washington, D.C. merged because this document don't have no validity. Washington, D.C. and Washington City merged because Washington City was inside of Washington, D.C. They merged in, I believe it was 1871. They merged into one completion of identity, which is now
Washington, D.C. was named Rome, Maryland.
Let me
Hold
talk,
on. Let him
bro.
land. Go ahead,
Damn,
D.
this
D
shit.
Cobb. Let him land. Let him land. Let him land.
So
Go
the
ahead.
validity of this document being stated just with that era, just that era alone, doesn't give it any type of authority of standing at all.
All right. Clarify yourself.
There's no such place as Washington City at this time. So it's a wool
Okay.
over someone's eyes.
Now you remember they had the 3 city states, right? London,
Brother, Washington City
Washington,
did
D.C.
once exist. It existed. It was there at the same time Washington, D.C. was there. They merged together as one under one Washington, D.C. in 1871. So the validity of this document being created and established and having a standing in some geological identity called Washington City is a false in 1923. It's a lie.
Okay.
So this
I'm
document
gonna stay on
doesn't
paper
actually
right now.
give citizens citizenship to Indians. This document is something I could use to contest the citizenship shit.
Anyway.
Someone can contest the citizenship shit just
Okay.
off this
All
document.
right. Okay, cool. D Cobb, what's happening? D Cobb,
Yeah.
you up?
No, I was just saying that if you look it up, Washington, D.C. was called Rome, Maryland before it was Washington, D.C. But now, as far as like the 1923, what you just read, okay, so if Indians became citizens in 1923,
That's
okay,
it
so
was
no,
actually enacted and finalized in 1924.
it was actually enacted and finalized in 1924. Okay,
Yeah.
so now the Indians that you're talking about in 1924, do they have any paperwork before then?
No, they wasn't
So now,
enumerated.
okay, so now in history, we have all understand that all these Indians had nations. They come from nations, but they ain't write nothing down.
The United States don't have no goddamn documents on them. This is why
I
they
didn't
try
ask
to
you that.
come,
I'm asking
bro.
specifically about the Indians that were declared
Where's it?
as
You don't
citizens.
have it. You
Now
don't have
I'm
it.
asking, do they have any paperwork
No,
standing into this land
no.
before that time?
No, niggas didn't walk around with paperwork when you was free on your own shit. No,
No, no,
you
no,
didn't
no.
need
Hold on.
paperwork.
Niggas had paperwork.
You didn't need, yeah, niggas that was
Niggas had
enslaved,
paperwork.
that was identified
Niggas
as
been having
African
paperwork.
slaves. Man,
Niggas
this
been
shit
having
crazy.
paperwork on this land
Let me tell you something.
1800s, 1700s. They got birth
Hey,
and death records.
I don't want to argue
Nigga,
with
those
you.
is real
I
receipts.
want to, all right, this is the real receipt. I've been telling y'all niggas for years. Your people wasn't on that bullshit that they're identifying with. Your people didn't actually start signing no goddamn birth certificates until after 1933. After that
Okay,
House
before you
resolution.
guys move on from this, can I say something? Because you're starting to go backwards into what our people said. Can I say something
Yeah,
about the
yeah, yeah,
document
yeah,
on the
yeah, yeah,
screen?
yeah.
It's a question that was asked.
No, but let's
The
do
fuck?
this because no,
Respect
it's
it.
cool. It's cool. It's cool because I wanted to hear D Cobb, you, and I want to hear what Izzy's got to say, and then y'all get back at it. You know what I'm saying? But I just want to hear what y'all take on what y'all just read. I mean, I'm pretty much liking everything I hear so far. Isn't it? Your turn.
Okay, so we do know that Washington City is a city that is found within Washington, D.C., and it would be interesting to know why they made a difference in this particular case. But this citizenship is for people born on territories, on Indian territories, giving them what they had already did in the 14th Amendment to the rest of the people that were not on, because we are, most of us, are no longer living, or were no longer living on Indian territory at that particular point. They were incorporated into states, and we were
Okay.
living within the state. So now we're just these people who are just roaming around, living there on our land, but we're not within the Indian territory. And so
Okay.
that is
So
where they came through and they tried to sweep you in with the that 14th Amendment. But this right here came later, and this is for the people who have a dual citizenship, or giving these people dual citizenship. So now you're a citizen of the tribe, and now you're a citizen of the United States. And so that's to me what this is particularly saying. And so
okay.
No, your
So,
tribe
wait.
is a
Time
citizen
out.
of the United States.
All right. So, okay. So Nate put this in the chat, because before y'all get back at it, this is, y'all agree with this? Is this? You agree with this on the screen?
I don't know, because there's a mayor of Washington. That's the mayor of the city. So there is a city of Washington that sits within the District of Columbia. So,
Okay.
I do agree, but I don't know if, as you call it, merging, but it's just something that it looks like we just don't refer to.
Okay. So the last part that you addressed was, hold on, say that again. Is you said that they can be citizens and still what? Like they can't.
So this act is for the people who remained on those reservations, which we know we have been supplanted, by foreigners on. So we are no longer on the reservations. We are now living within the broader community. And if you look at it, it says those without citizenship. Well, by then we've had citizenship. If you read it
Okay.
again, it says this is to take those who don't have no citizenship and give them that citizenship.
Okay. So that all non-citizen Indians.
We
So
are the citizen Indian that they're
okay.
now
So
calling us Negro and Black.
okay. Now, okay. So these, when they say non-citizen Indians, these are Indians not citizens of the United States, right?
Yeah, these are the people living on the reservations.
Okay. This is just how you're looking at it. I'm not saying I agree or disagree. Now we get to the last
Well,
part.
it says what it said. Excuse me, I'm sorry, I don't want to be rude, but I think it explicitly says those living on Indian territory.
You gotta think though.
Wait. All right, just hold on a second, man. I like to get clarity here. Okay, so it says born within the territorial limits of the United States. Is this? Doesn't say reservation.
Oh, read the whole thing again.
Okay, it says that all non-citizen Indians born within the territorial limits of the United States. B, and they are hereby declared to be citizens of the United States. Now, the last part, provided that the granting of such citizenship shall not in any manner impair the right of any in the tribal or other property. That's what I'm interested in.
Can I get in again?
Hold on.
So what's a citizen Indian?
Indian agent.
Okay. Now, wait a minute.
Tribal Indian.
I stopped Derek a couple times. Let Derek get in it, and then let it come back to both of you. And see, I mean, this is interesting.
In
you
you
read stuff, and then when you sit down and actually read it on a different circumstance, some shit is popping right now. It's popping.
In 1924, you have colored people who are called colored Americans legally. So now, the colored American, and I guess according to this document, The people that they're about to declare as citizens ain't citizens. And they live on reservations at that time. So now the question is, why would a free man, if he's free truly with sovereignty and a nation, why don't y'all have a treaty?
I mean, that is a good question. I do have to admit.
You have to remember, treaties are made nation to nation, government to government.
So
Good shit.
So in
Get back.
1924, you saying that they ain't got no government.
Can I get in a minute?
That's why they're declared. Because they some motherfuckers that's on a reservation that somebody brought here.
Hey, good shit. Get back. Firekeeper. That was a good link. Damn, I didn't think it was gonna do this much, but go ahead. Go ahead, Nadi. You got it.
Okay. So read the last part again, bro. One more time.
Hell no.
It's like we don't understand English, man.
I
know
mean,
this
hey,
shit.
I didn't
know
read it
this
like
shit
3
written.
times. Come on.
I know this.
Come on.
No. Read it one more time, bro, so they can get it fullness of it, not run all over the train.
Okay, so the last part says, provided that the granting of such citizenship shall not in any manner impair or otherwise affect the right of any Indian to tribal or other property. Go ahead. I'm keeping mine to myself. I'm doing this tomorrow. I'm just throwing this out. I told you it's Monday day quarterbacking right now. We just throwing some stuff out there. I'm gonna work on this all week. Go ahead. You got it, Nadi.
So individuals that structured up under the identity of United States, i.e., Indian Affairs or Indian Commission, has representation as tribal property and identity. Any Indians that was affiliated with that tribe, not saying the man that has his lineage on his land and been in his land for so long and don't do trade with the tribe. He don't do trade with the tribe. The tribe, again, is not just you and your family. The tribe is a coalition that does business with the United States Congress. These are businesses. Anyone affiliated with that tribe carries identification, carries cards, show tribalship, tribe connection. You have individuals that wasn't a part of that tribe, that was in their own world, doing their own thing as ancient. So when it transferred over as if you want to go over to the United States, and everyone wasn't a part of that. Far as the ones that was identified as sharecroppers was identified as Indian agents or tribesmen. They just changed the name up when the United States took incorporation because they had to give a structure of identity that they can define and they can own. But as coming in up under this structure as a citizen out of your tribe, and you have melanated or the paper bag test. I don't think a lot of us remember these things. If you had this color, you was identified to come into the citizenry. You had to be identified as a black or Negro individual in the census after or post 1924. Your identity wasn't recorded for as birth certificates. This comes out in 1882, I believe. 1882, and it established in Europe birth certificates. It started to take wild spread
Well,
when
I'm
the
glad
gold.
that we can admit that there's a
Damn.
such thing as an Indian. I'm glad we can have this conversation. So thank you. Firekeeper.
Oh my goodness, the whole you're not catching what's in front of you. The whole term is identified from a foreigner identifying an individual under their definition. So if you want to be affiliated with us, you have to take on this term of identity. This term of identity means this to us, not to it means to you. It means this to us in law, because that's where you're getting your identity from, law. So your definition for your identity is going to be legal, law. So again, as I was trying to complete my thought, the individuals that came in under the United States by way of Indian tribe was coming in with their Indian tribal membership or documentation. Not all was under that. Not all, everyone stood up under that. Just like the sister say, oh, well, we was up under um the Slave Act and woo 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 woo. Not all of us was up under a Slave Act. Not all of us was up under a 14th
I
Amendment
didn't say
citizen.
that all of us were slaves. What I
That
said
if you use the
was they
14th
used
Amendment,
Dred
that means that's
Scott
what it
to
means.
they used Dred Scott to
Huh?
change our ancestor identity. And then they went further in. If that didn't encapsulate you, then they turned around and started changing in the definition of what it was to be an Indian. So what they did is they went through and used
Changed it.
specific
They
laws.
made the definition, ma'am. They
Whatever
made the
they made,
definition. They made
they
the
made the
definition of
definition. They
citizen.
changed the definition.
They no. They made the definition of citizen.
Who
They made the
cares what they
definition of
made?
slave.
We knew
They
who
made
we
a
were.
definition of chattel. They made the
Right.
definition of
Yeah.
citizen under 14th
Well,
Amendment.
actually,
They
we don't
made the
know what
definition
they
of
made
African
because you
slave.
give white
They
people
made the
credit for
definition.
everything.
Is you
You give white
understand
people
it?
credit for everything. So we actually
You're
need to look
taking on
into
their
all of this.
definition, ma'am. It's their
It doesn't
definition.
matter. So you call
It
yourself
does
Jamaican, you
matter.
taking on somebody else's
It
definition. Talk about
matters.
you West Indian. So when it comes to us, then
It
we're supposed
matters.
to just be
It
scrubless, faceless people. Well, the white man called you an Indian. So fucking what? Okay. The point is that we're those original people that were called the Indian. The Aboriginal people of the Americas is us. Who
no.
cares if
That's you.
somebody came
If that
here and
okay,
called us
cool.
an
If
Indian?
that's you, you're saying you're the foreigner.
No.
That's all
I'm
I
saying
see.
I'm the well, yeah, because
No,
you
you're
you
saying
you
you're the
don't think
foreigner.
correctly.
You're
Obviously,
the
something's wrong with
foreigner.
you. So you can say that all
You
you want
coming
to.
in keeping
Your
up
thinking ain't right.
identity and then claiming it to be your identity. That's what you're saying. That's all I'm hearing. I'm the Indian Aboriginal from the Indian tribe. That's all they fucking names who they identify as business partners who they bring over here. Who they
Cares if it's
sent.
no, you're coming from a business. This is a city of industry. This is a country of industry for you. You're not coming
Huh?
looking at it from our perspective. This is our
Your
homeland.
perspective
This
is
is our
on the
ancestral homeland. So you're
definitions
talking
of
about
commerce, ma'am.
business. That's because you travel
Every
here to do
definition you're
business. So
using
you're
is a
not you.
definition
So
of commerce.
you are conflating
Why
two
you not
different
understanding
things.
that?
If
Why
I
you
go
can't
to your
understand that?
homeland to do business
Why you
and I
can't
start
understand that?
telling y'all that y'all just a whole bunch of agents of the government and you just
Why can't
business,
you
you guys would sit up
understand
here and be
that?
like, no, this is our homeland. I don't give a fuck what you
No, we
say.
gotta
This is our
say,
homeland.
yeah,
This is
they've
what
been
we're trying
calling
to
us
tell
this
you.
fuck
This
the
is a
whole
people's
time. And
home.
that's what that means for
You
real.
came into somebody's
Oh
home to do
shit. There's no
business,
way I
and then
wanna
you're trying
claim
to
that
convince
shit,
us
bro.
that is only
The whole
about
island finna
business.
take
No,
on a whole
people
new
are
fucking country.
doing
You crazy.
business on this land. But that
Stupid.
does not necessarily mean that we're
If
all
anybody
business
find
people and
out that
everything's
this
about
is a lie
business.
and this is what this been said and this is what identified and this is what it is, man, that whole thing is false.
Let me ask what I see the most important word in that is actually citizen. Because citizen wasn't applied to Indian in their documentation. And if you're a citizen, you are to be taxed. You can be leaned upon, encumbered. Your area now can be considered to be federal territory instead of
Equity.
Indian territory.
It deals with equity law, tax law.
Okay, so that means right.
Commerce.
So that means the United States now has some type of interest in the land. Is that where it's at?
And interest in the name.
Interest in the name?
It's commerce, bro. They just showed you in the document. They just made it commercial.
What's in the name?
Huh?
What's in the name? What's more important, the name or the land? The assets, the commodities.
The name, bro. Listen. Let me show you something. Let me show you something. United States of America cannot own land. They can only own structures on top of the land.
But they can have an interest. They can have an interest in the land, right?
No, because of the structure. That's it. The structure alone.
Right.
And they develop the structure and place a name on the structure to evidently put the structure under commerce.
Right. So
who owns the commerce?
So look, I'm flowing with you on this. Let me flow with you on this one. But Indian ain't got nothing to do with it. It's the fact that they could put their names on it, right? This is where we get into the Black Act and the changing of things, right? The Black Act, the Black Tax. You're able to put other names. This is where you get into these suspect classifications. This is good. We're segueing into where I want to be. How were they able to encumber land and encumber fixtures on top of the land, as you say? Was it through Indian or was it through citizen? Me, I say it's through citizenship.
Citizen. True citizen. But they incorporated the citizen.
What y'all think?
Incorporated the Indian and the citizen.
Okay, so I know that our ancestors is just a work of fiction for you. But so how do you explain this fiction? Okay. So when your ancestor, your grandparents said that you was Indian or Blackfoot or whatever it is, right? You saying that they told that to their little itty bitty grandchildren sitting at their feet because they wanted to do business?
No, they told them that because that's the layman term you're identifying with it today. Same thing. They didn't understand the business of
When
it.
them old people when our old people, like from the 1950s, sat at their grandparents' feet, who told them, the people that was born in the 1800s, told them, this is who we are and never forget and all this type of stuff, right? Don't forget who you are. When they told them that, they were only thinking about business, according to you.
They was using it as a layman term of identity.
Right.
But the whole concept, the origin of the concept was for commerce. Just because you got tricked into calling yourself a goddamn trick pony, that's you calling yourself a trick pony. It's still a fucking trick pony. No matter what you want to change
why
it to
does
be.
Indian define as a culture and a heritage?
Damn, bro, this is crazy. The government
Answer the question.
identified
Why does Indian
this as the
define
people
as a
and put that
culture
on
and a
paper, and the
heritage?
people took the name and rolled with the
This guy
commercial
is
entity.
so crazy. He thinks that
You
if the
crazy.
government puts it in a document that they somehow made it up. Do you know I have a birth certificate? I have a birth certificate and there is a name on my birth certificate. And just because that name is on my birth certificate doesn't mean the government gave it to me. My mama and them gave it to me. Do you understand that?
The black
But
people.
it will be on a piece of paper somewhere. But that does not necessarily mean the government gave it to me. Just
The
because
black
you see it
people
on a piece
are
of
the
paper
11,
does not
13,
mean that
14,
they gave you
1500.
that name.
The 1100, 1200, 13,
Yeah, you know what? You don't
14.
want to answer that one, do you?
I'm trying to right now. The 1100s, 1200s, 1300s, 1400s, 1500s. Little black Indian or little black people that was in North Dakota for eons and eons of years identified themselves as Indian.
That's a heritage and a culture. Yes,
Man,
I
is
would have
you
to say
out
so.
your rabbit
Because
ass mind.
the Mississippi mound
That
builders.
name wasn't even
Hold
prevalent,
up.
bro. What the
The
fuck is going
Mississippi
on?
mound
This
builders
shit crazy.
are actually considered Indians
This shit crazy.
because of their heritage and culture.
This shit is
Period.
crazy.
No. I'm
Nigga,
trying to get
nigga.
a question. I'm trying to get a question answered. If you find my name on a document such as a birth certificate, you're telling me because you could find my name on that document that the government gave me that name?
I'm telling you, as I'm saying to you, as the government has that name as their registry and their ownership, and you're claiming that name, you're gonna be held as assurance to that.
I'm not talking about that. You're saying when we
That's
claim
what the fuck
Indians,
going
that's
on.
because the Indians, or that's because the government gave you that
It
name.
don't
So
change,
because
sister.
you found it on a piece of paper somewhere. So when I'm
Sis,
saying you can find my name on a piece
let
of
me
paper somewhere, you're
let me
telling
say
me
something.
that the government provided me my name.
Let me say something. Indian is a
You're telling
misnomer.
me it didn't come from my mother and
Let,
them.
let me say, you should be wise enough by now to doing your research to know that Indian is a misnomer. Period.
Well,
Even law,
a
even
lot of stuff is a misnomer.
hold on, sis. Even in law, you can contest the word Indian as a misnomer. The United
Okay,
States government recognized that. So that's for one. For
for
two,
one.
for two, this name
Sounds good.
this name is so widely identifiable that anyone can use it to a structure to
Right.
benefit themselves.
Because a
Hold
whole
up.
bunch of
Hold
foreigners came
on.
over
Just
here
wait.
using it.
No, 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 no.
Just
Hold on.
wait.
You
One
know
Go ahead,
more.
go
why?
ahead, go ahead.
Because a
Fuck.
whole
This
Just
is
bunch of
wait.
fun.
people
One more
like you
sentence.
start
I'm trying
telling
to
us
make
we weren't who we were.
God. I want you to stay on
Go ahead,
point.
please.
Please stay on
Go
point.
ahead, go ahead, go ahead, go ahead, go ahead, please. I'm listening.
This
This shit
identify.
funny.
Okay, this identified name, Indian, can be used spread wide by many people. Now, your name holds a specifically identity to you and is dear to you and private to you. And if the government can control your personal goddamn name and you as the property or the assurance of that name, what in the hell you think they can't do it with the known normer named misnomer named Indian? Come on, man, make
Okay.
some
What I'm
sense.
saying is, why are you calling it a misnomer? Just
Because
because you see
it
it on a piece of
is.
paper? You're saying it's because they put
Because
it
you
on a piece
can't.
of paper. And I'm
It
saying our
has
names is on a piece of
no
paper, and
identity.
our
It has
family
no
gave
race.
us
It
those
has no
names.
standing.
The
There is
same
not a one.
grandmothers, the same grandfathers probably was like, oh, this baby should have this name. It's the same story. And so what you're saying is that no, you know what? I see your California driver's license and it says this name. So the government that must be a misnomer because the government got you on the driver's license. That's literally what
I
you're
want.
saying.
I'm saying you just read this document and it said anyone claiming Indian outside of that goddamn reservation is motherfucking United States citizenship and the United States of America's property. That's what you just read. So if you still want to
No,
use
actually, I
something
read
that
it.
you
Read that
just
says
read,
anybody claiming Indian has United States citizenship. So you have membership inside of the corporation. It's membership. I know you have a
huh?
slave mentality, but it's
What is you
membership.
not reading? Oh,
It's membership.
declared, ma'am, declared doesn't mean
They
no
don't say that
fucking
they
membership.
own you.
Yes, declared is owning.
Declare is
Do
a
you know what a
declaration.
declaration?
That's just
Do you know
that's
what
just
that means?
somebody stating something. That doesn't mean ownership. I
You
mean,
very, you
show
are
me where
young.
declaration
You
means that they own you.
you're young.
Show me that definition. You
Go
see
look it
you
up.
talking
Go
to the
know
wrong
what.
one.
Do
You
you
ain't
know what a
talking to somebody. You can't just
you don't know what a
give me some
declaration
garbly
means?
gook and expect me to say, "Oh, you're so
What does
smart."
it mean?
That shit
What
don't
does
make
it?
no sense.
Aton, get your girl, man. She young and dumb and full of them yum. Like that.
Nah, I know what words mean. And you
You
can't
do
say,
not
"Oh,
know what
because I said, oh, he
declaration
said
means.
declare that means they own you." I could
Yes.
declare all kind of stuff. That don't mean I own
Yes.
anything.
When you declare something and
No,
there's no
declare
rebuttal
is
or
maybe
contesting,
denotes
it stands.
authority.
Wait,
It might
ma'am.
denote
Yes.
authority, but does not
Yes.
denote ownership.
Yes. That's ownership. What are you talking about?
No, I have a job. I have authority to do all kind of stuff. I don't own that motherfucker. I do not own
Authority
that
and
business.
declaration are two different
I do
things,
not own
man.
that business. Authority does not mean ownership. I'm
I
telling you,
didn't
you're
say
talking
I
to the
just
wrong one.
said you're speaking two different things. You're confusing yourself. I said declaration. Declaration is ownership, claim to, claim of.
Naughty. And according to your definition of how you looking at it, the only motherfuckers that's owned on this land are Native Americans.
Man,
Not
you just
Indians.
read the motherfucking document, man.
Okay, but the
Is
Native
you still
Americans
fucking
are owned,
running? It's
not
like you
Indians.
just can't fucking read. I didn't say it. The document said. You ain't arguing
Nigga,
with me.
Indians
You
ain't
argue
owned.
with yourself.
You
Cause that
can't
document
own an
says what it
Indian.
says, nigga.
Okay, first of all, Naughty, two things you can't tell me. You
The
can't
fuck
tell me why
wrong
in
with the
1924
fuck
that
wrong
wasn't
with
a treaty
niggas?
between government to government.
You didn't
Two,
contest it. You didn't
when you
rebuttal it
said,
within a
hold
time
on,
period
when
that it
you
had
said,
time to
excuse
rebuttal.
me, Naughty, you
Yeah,
speak,
that's
but
what
you
it
don't listen.
is.
Okay,
I
okay,
don't
so
have to
tell me
listen to
why, hold
fuckery,
on,
man. I don't
bro,
listen to bullshit. You
come
ain't
on,
finna
man.
cross my head up with that
That's what
shit.
I'm saying.
I don't want to hear
Can
that
you tell,
bullshit you
are
got
you
out your
finished?
mouth.
All right, tell
No,
me
I
when
don't
you
want to hear
finish.
that. I don't want to hear that
You don't
shit
want to hear
you
what?
got there. None of that
No,
shit
I'm
you
asking
talking
you a
about.
question.
No, I
I'm
asked you,
asking a
did you
question of
read
what you
that
said.
goddamn
You said
document,
Indian
nigga?
is a
That's what
misnomer.
I asked you. That
Okay, didn't you
document
say
said
Indian was
they
a misnomer? Naughty, naughty,
declaration
naughty.
that they
Did you say
all
Indian was a
motherfucking Indians
misnomer?
that's not
Did you
living on
say
a mother.
Indian was a
It
misnomer?
just
Yes or
showed
no?
you. Yeah, it just showed you it
Okay,
was a
cool. Now
misnomer.
hold on, naughty,
It just showed you that.
naughty, naughty.
You know how it.
All
You
the
know how it showed you
celebrations in
that.
America,
It showed you that
from
from a
north to south.
document. Stop talking and listen. It showed you that from a document that says it was created in Washington City when there was no such place called Washington City in 1923. That's
That's
showing
right.
you that
Okay,
is a
not
misnomer.
okay. Okay, cool. Whatever. If you think
If
so,
you're
and you
smart
can't
enough
look
to
around today,
read and
so you're
understand what
telling me,
you're reading, you'll
hold on,
understand it.
stop,
But you're fighting for a
stop.
feverish
Come on,
battle,
bro.
bro.
Come
I
on,
don't
let's
want
have
to
a
talk no
dialogue.
more. It ain't no more to
Let's have a
talk. It ain't
dialogue.
nothing else to
So
talk
you
about.
telling me the celebration in Brazil, that's not an Indian celebration?
I don't give a
Yeah,
fuck what Brazil
hold on.
doing. I'm
When
talking
you
about
go
this
to
document.
Tobago's,
I'm
when
talking
you
about
go to
this
Key
document.
Largo,
I'm
when you
talking
go to
about this
all the
document.
places in the
I'm
Caribbean,
talking
they
about
don't
this
have an Indian celebration.
goddamn
When you come
document.
here, do they have
I'm
an Indian
speaking on
celebration?
this
So answer the question.
document of
Is Indian an American
1923
heritage and
by the
culture or not?
68th
Man,
Congressional
see what I'm saying?
Commerce,
That's what I'm saying. You fucked up.
Congressional
You fucked up in the head.
Congress.
Man, fuck what you talking about, man. Fuck
68 seating. That's what I'm talking about. That document right there. That falsified ass document. That claim on something, the name.
All right, cool, whatever. Because somebody owned this
Misnomer.
motherfucker. Somebody owned
Misnomer.
it. Okay, cool. And
The United States
every
on it.
time, I don't know if you listening or not, but you
United
still can't tell
States.
me what the fuck is up with the debt clock. Why is there a positive and a negative account rolling at the same time?
Because your ass in debt with that negative and your motherfucking steady making positive
I'm
money.
listening. I'm listening, but yeah, we'll get to that later.
Steady making
Nah,
Well, it's
positive debt
called
notes.
accounts receivable and it's called accounts payable. So there's
and the
money
way
that's
it,
coming in
look,
and there's money that's
look,
owed.
look, just trip on this.
Nah.
Now the motherfuckers that's making the money, it's called sovereign. Now the motherfuckers that's in debt, it's called US.
Citizen.
And you can look at it. So now who in the fuck is who?
The national. The American national or the national of the U.S. is the sovereign.
Oh my goodness. Oh boy, please. Oh gosh.
Go and read the CFR,
The
Retardo.
national is the sovereign.
Yes, read the CFR, specifically 8 and 9. They tell you that's the only people that they giving the credits to from the Treasury Department. And those people are in turn getting the credits, transferring them into the banks, and the banks are making dollar notes or credible dollar notes when the U.S.
Okay.
government go
So
and
the
fill
US
them notes,
citizen is
fill
so you
them
saying
bills, all them bill
the
requests.
national is in debt?
Are you saying national as an American national? Or are you talking about foreign nationals? Or are you talking about all nationals?
Because the national is in somebody in debt, somebody making money. Now the motherfuckers who making money, the sovereign people, the sovereign account, this shit is based on assets. It's asset,
Based on
100% asset backed out.
credible
Nigga,
credits.
no, nigga.
It's
No,
based on
nigga.
credit, bro.
No, nigga.
It is, nigga,
The
that you're
US is
reading
based on
wrong.
credit. Okay, nigga, Aton, bring up the motherfucking, please bring it up. Please tell. Come on, man.
What?
The shit is self-explanatory. And if you ain't never you said you got your own business, but it sounds like you don't. Because you nigga, you don't know what an asset-backed dollar is versus a motherfucking fiat dollar. Nigga, you got a problem.
Well, you retarded.
What I am gonna do is I'm gonna play this video. Isn't shit, me.
Asset back dollar, nigga, it ain't nothing but credit.
I'm gonna play this one right here. Hold on.
1919 by the British government, based on the recommendation of Sir Sidney Rowland, which allowed arrest and detention without trial, curbed freedom of the press, and suppressed political activities. Known as the Black Act, it targeted Indian nationalists and revolutionary activities. It sparked widespread protests, led by leaders like Mahatma Gandhi, who launched the Rowlatt Satyagraha, a non-violent resistance movement. The Act's implementation resulted in the tragic Jallianwala Bagh massacre, where British troops killed hundreds of unarmed civilians. The Rowlatt Act intensified anti-British sentiments, marking a significant turning point in India's struggle for independence. Please like, share, and subscribe if you.
Okay, so I'm trying to connect some dots here. Now, back then, you know, Martin Luther King was, you know, referencing
Gandhi.
Mahatma Gandhi.
Right.
He was referencing him too as well. And he had a problem with that word black. And that's when him and what's his name had that little, that difference. He was like, we shouldn't use that word black because that black has connotations. That's what he said. But Stokely was like black, 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 black. He wanted that black word. But you see, if this is dealing with Indian type stuff, right? And even if Mahatma Gandhi, who pretty much didn't like our people, you know, he said it. There's a quote. The infiltration and the influence on our people to have these certain ideals in order to put us in these categories, right? Because we have these big, we definitely have these big arguments amongst the groups that we deal with over these terms. And to me, I think still a lot of people don't really have a full understanding or knowing about what these words are. I think people are still trying to apply it to themselves, you know, within the format. You know, you got ADOS, you got you got FBA, Pan-African, you know, Black Power, you got RBG, you got all these different movements still moving around, still pushing this word. Now, this video that I just played don't even mention us. It's dealing with a whole different group of people. How we get ourselves involved in these shenanigans? You know what I'm saying? You guys been arguing about this word, these words. But what I can say is what we do know for a fact, regardless of how y'all want to spin it in any direction, these words have sovereign powers here in America. I mean, we talked about a couple things, right? West Indian, West Indies. I show things, West Indies, East Indies, India Superior, Indian subcontinent being over there. All these different groups of people. You see what I'm saying? That has sovereignty here. American sovereignty, Aboriginal, copper-colored people found here in America, indigenous, Indian, all these words that prescribe to a origin here in America. Even they recognize it. Where did these other connotations come in, these bywords, misnomers? Where did they come in, and how did Indian in America somehow, through definition, become to be something given? versus being. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I'm just trying to formulate some questions. I'm taking notes too, so I can not miss what you guys are saying in gal. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to miss anything because I'm going to address that later.
What can I say? When it comes to the black, I just want to recap that is something that is found in that black law that originated in England or Britain. Okay. And they applied it to a group of people and they called those people evil. They were inherently evil. And so their existence was criminalized. Okay. And they called them black, or the Winston blacks. Okay. So now you go to India, and this is now 1900s. And so they rebelled against that term black. It looks like we have not rebelled against that term black. And look at the Indians are becoming president and doing all kind of different stuff because the Indians took that black status off of them, where we're now embracing that black, and it's a status. It is not an ethnicity, because why would the Indian be called a black person?
Okay. So basically Gandhi sold it to Martin Luther King and Stokely. Somebody hit Stokely with it first. So Gandhi and all them people over there sold it to them, say, get this up off of us. Y'all claim it, put power after it, and we rolling right behind you. Is that what it is? It seemed like we've been duped again. It just sounds like it's a hustle game. They was like, wait a minute. Let's deal with a certain group of people. Because even at that time, you know what I'm saying? What? Martin Luther King was born in 29. So that means.
And that's
30.
probably why he got murked. Because he's going over there to Gandhi because this black, aka Negro status, is an actual status that we're all not understanding. And we all had like an idea, because your grandparent, your moms and them, they don't like to be called black, right? So we had an idea, but this is the first time I actually found it in law, like where the law comes from. And so now Martin Luther King is going there talking to Gandhi, because Gandhi and his group got that shit off of them. He said, no, the Africans, you could say that to the Africans, but you can't apply that to us. I'm sorry. And they had a whole, what they say, it was a massacre. It was a war. So Martin Luther King is he's taking notes. And so you don't know what he was having in his private conversations. And so they go on and just take him on up out of here, before we even get the memo that black is a status.
Or he got murked because the check he was talking about was a partnership check. It was our restitution as taxpayers. We partners in this because, God damn it, we own it. Nigga, you are the organization that runs and manages the motherfucking property. So where's my money?
Well, you ain't gonna get no money if you're calling yourself black. The point is,
Exactly.
and Derek, you weren't here.
No, you're right.
Okay.
No, the whole game,
Okay.
the whole game is the word American. That's the game. Just that. Because somebody else is claiming that word. When that word belongs to us, it's written in history. We've never been nothing but that. If you think about it, what the fuck is an American Indian? The owner. Okay, cool. Niggas have been changed their name so many times, but the ass end of the name always stay the same. American. You've been colored American. You've been Negro American.
Black American.
You've been Black American. You've been motherfucking African American. But the root word is American because you're tied to the land. They can't do nothing about that part.
Okay.
That's why now when motherfuckers is like FBA, they know they shaking. Because if they figure out, nigga, they the owners, nigga, they gonna want their check.
Well, the thing
niggas
is,
don't play about their money.
But the thing is, Derek, is Black American is actual a legal status that takes all your rights away. You are evil.
Right. But hold on. But that's why I'm telling, if I could tell people right now, just American, you're the only Americans. Everybody else is attached to America. You're not. They try to detach you from American, but they try to attach everybody else to American. Think about what's going on.
Yeah. And you're the only one that's calling yourself black. And so this law, it's a law. And if you look at this birthright citizenship, if you look at Roberts, he talks about how he goes back to the King's Law. Oh, the King's Law says if you do, you got sovereignty, blah, 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 blah. So the United States legal system still refers back to that King's Law. Well, that King's Law has a Black Act. The Black Act is a process of deeming a certain group of people as evil and criminal. And a lot of stuff, and what they did is made a whole bunch of codes that criminalized everything them people did. Well, they called us black and they called the Indian black. The Indian rebelled against it. So they said, you're not going to call me black. We're now in 2026 embracing black, but with a foundation in front of it. That's crazy.
Because first of all, foundational Black Americans as a whole, right? They got two fashions. They got the fashion that actually think that know they from here. That's why they foundational. And then you got the other faction that think they came from a slave ship, but they just came before the United States was actually made. So that's what makes them foundational. But in actuality, nigga, y'all all the same people. We all been here. Period. We ain't never gone nowhere. Ain't no paperwork saying that we ever came here. That's a story that nobody can prove today. But I can prove to you today that your family was around before the money system changed.
But if they slapped criminal across your face, how that check that you want, you ain't gonna get because they can take your stuff. Criminals, you've been seeing them auctions, they take them people's cars, they take their homes. It's all basically to them ill-gotten gains.
Right. Okay, you're absolutely correct. Foundational Black American is a false movement. Period. The only reason that it's actually getting actual play is because the government knows that that's a false narrative. But they know at the same time, these people coming close to actually understanding what the fuck really happened here. Because when they figure out, when we classified you as colored, it meant copper colored.
Right.
We later on threw in the black shit. Copper colored races. Nigga, we the copper colored races in 1928.
And you
That's
know what?
on all our birth certificates.
I'm feeling a certain way because I was walking with the FBA. Even I was up here with Aton, like, hold up, because I understood that people had to understand that you are at least here at the beginning of the country. But now that I learned this about there's an actual legislation against Black people, and we're calling ourselves Black. I have never found that in law before. I know people say, oh, there's no Black in law, Black is dead in law, blah, 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 blah. But I've never found the legislation. That Black Act is the legislation that makes anybody calling themselves Black a criminal. Now we've just found, you just found that's the nugget. That's the golden ticket right there. So now we know that Black is no good. And it's really sad because I was walking with that FBA and stuff.
Very good. You're welcome.
Right.
Well, we're going to get to that. So I'm going to bring up this Title 25. I told you. Criminal Code is all in Title 25 of the Indians. All up in there. But look, I got something else I want to play. I mean, I'm going to be repeating this stuff. So I'm going to be playing a lot of this stuff throughout the week. Let me go ahead and pull this up. No, not that one. I already played that. And then we can exit up out of here. Man, that was banging. Woo! That was good. That was good, y'all. I ain't gonna hold you. I ain't gonna even hold you. That was good. I just gotta chill for a second. Man, relax. Relax. You gotta be all right. Be all right. All right, here we go. This is Business 2. She did this one. Hold on, let me mute up. This is like 8 minutes. So, Business, tell me anytime you want to pause. Cobb, and tell me anytime you want to pause.
Has been taking advantage of all of these loopholes through birth tourism. They haven't, it's in China.
I want to speed it up. I don't know.
Of all of these loopholes through birth tourism. They haven't, it's an entire industry they have. They fly in pregnant women just so that these women can have their babies on United States soil to get citizenship. And then, by the way, they can take those babies right back up. They're going to tote their babies back to the CCP. They're going to get indoctrinated by the CCP, and then they can interfere in our elections. Are you seeing how this could be a problem? Let me show you how they're operating these surrogacy firms and schemes as well.
Some of these guys are really scaling it up and creating basically an army of people that are going to be U.S. citizens being raised in China. And we found, and I report this in the book, that just in Southern California, we found 107 Chinese-owned surrogacy businesses that are offering these services in China to come to the United States and have this done. So that's a problem that we don't even know the scale of.
And let me just give you, this isn't something like you can go back and find examples of this, within the last several years. You can also go back and look over a decade ago. CBS News was actually reporting on the birth tourism issue all the way back in 2013. That's how long it's been right here in the public eye for everyone to see what's going on. And the Supreme Court says, it's fine. They're just as American as you.
You're invited to join Phoenix Energy's next webinar, where you can drill deeper into our bond offerings. We currently offer
and the only American citizen in her family. Her parents, who agreed to speak with us if we didn't show their faces, traveled from China to Los Angeles so Ada could be born in America and claim U.S. citizenship. I want her to live a happy life, her father says. The family is back in China now. They're among thousands of Chinese who become so-called birth tourists, staying in maternity hotels near Los Angeles. These hotels are often single-family homes in quiet neighborhoods.
The idea that the people who run this country would leave us completely defenseless to an obvious invasion is just unforgivable. It's actually unforgivable because this is a national security issue at this point. I want to play for you some of a congressional hearing on the Chinese birth tourism, because remember, this is not just it's just someone from another country who doesn't mean us harm. This is a person from a country that is run by the Chinese Communist Party. What could possibly go wrong?
In China alone, we have identified more than 1,000 birth tourism companies that are almost exclusively focused on the United States. Our federal government does not track this information because there is no centralized collection of information on the nationality of parents who are giving birth. China, however, has done estimates themselves, and the numbers are eye-popping. The Chinese government gave an estimate a few years ago. Their estimate was that on average, 50,000 Chinese citizens a year were giving birth in the United States or at U.S. territories like Saipan. If you do the math, if you look at the ramping up of this activity over the last 13 years, and you take the ballpark estimates, you are looking at roughly 1 million quote unquote U.S. citizens who are being raised in the People's Republic of China today.
None your business. I was gonna say the same thing. These people that are complaining, 4 and 2. Good looking out, know your business. Feels you on now. I was like, but look, this is the thing you can't get mad at though. It's interesting seeing that these people that are foreigners are mad about foreigners coming in. Ain't that hilarious? It's hilarious to me. I'll be laughing. These people is complaining about these people coming over here, but you over here. Wait, you can't. I'm on a rant right now. Let me rant just a second. You can't act like just because you dyed your hair, you had some surgery, you looked the part, you put some of that little brown copper spray on you, that you American. Get the out of here with that shit. But keep doing your job. Keep complaining because they're going to watch you. You got your little pink all around you and all this stuff. Yeah, keep doing what you're doing, lady. Go ahead, Iz.
I'm just saying we need somebody to talk about it because we have people trying to beat us down, trying to tell us what we ain't and what we need to accept and we need to move and run away and all this other type of stuff where we can't even get to the nitty gritty, or we're being held out of this information. We're being held out of. We don't even know. Half people don't even know that there's tourism housing. I didn't know the surrogate thing was as bad as it was. So you need somebody to talk about it.
No. Yeah. But we got to at least give that public service announcement,
Agreed.
Yeah,
Agreed.
I mean, but they're going to get the numbers. They're going to get the numbers. You're right. I mean, it's useful idiots. You know what I'm saying? That's why I said, I was like, look, under the circumstances, certain people, we can actually keep here. I know none of your business don't like to hear that. She want to get rid of everybody. Everybody got to go. You know what I'm saying? And I feel you. But in increments. You know what I'm saying? In increments. Don't beat me up. None of your business. Don't beat me up. I'm just saying. These people are useful because they get the numbers. Just like isn't it say? Like every time we try to spit what we spit, people are cutting us at the knees. Like we ain't got no authority to spit what we saying. That's why I say, here the white boy, kryptonite. White boy, white girl, kryptonite. Let them talk about it. Argue with them. Don't argue with me. Argue with them. See what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying.
If you look at the websites of these birth tourism companies, they will tell you who is hiring them. These are not political dissidents. These are military officers, people from the Ministry of Propaganda, people that are high-ranking officials in the Chinese Communist Party. In other words, these are part of the CCP establishment.
Dude, guess how much it cost me to make sure my family gets $1 million if something ever happens to me? You'll never guess.
I don't know. It's got to be like $200 a month.
Nope. $37 a month to protect my family. It only took me 10 minutes to get coverage. It was 100% online, and I didn't even need.
That's going to be their plan. They will destroy us from within. They're going to have babies here to overrun and invade our country, and then they can influence our elections. Let me give you this headline here, man.
Look, anytime you make that statement, young lady, I'm going to remind you, where are your mother and father from?
There's a flag on the play.
Not from here. Yeah, bleep. Yeah, boop. Yeah. Where are your mom and daddy from? Guarantee you, they're not from North America. Now, granted, if you come from the fact where you say we all American, I come from South America, from the island or wherever I come from, okay, cool. We can talk about it. They created, whoever they are, created these boundaries, these imaginary boundaries, where now you need passport and all this type of stuff, so on and so forth. That's a whole nother conversation. So, but at the end of the day, you're sounding very, very animated and upset about this situation. You really love America and you're glad and grateful to be here. So I'm gonna give you a pass. Do your job, baby girl.
Manchurian generation ballot flood, more than 1 million Chinese with US citizenship could vote in 2030 elections. Now that should alarm everyone in this country who gives a shit about, I know the left is always like, democracy, we love democracy. I don't know. I feel like that's kind of missing the point of their so-called democracy to allow a...
Oh, she's Italian. That's an Italian. Look at that little, that honker right there. Yeah, she's Italian. Now, they came over here on the famous forum. You know, they pretty much one of the first ones that came over here on that boat. You know what I'm saying? So
they all came over here on that boat.
That's true. Italians, I'm all right with them. You know what I'm saying? They be like, hey, yo, you know what I'm saying? Hey, yo, I'm all right with them. Go ahead, sister girl.
Bunch of people to just interfere in our elections who don't even live here, who don't care about this country, who don't care about the Constitution, who have absolutely no, intention of assimilating. It seems like a big deal, but you know what? The left is here to gaslight you because they are here to tell you it's rare. They say it's rare. They said, though rare, birth tourism to the United States sparks outsized concern. You shouldn't be concerned about the 1 million CCP puppets who have U.S. citizenship who can vote in your election. Don't be concerned. It's just 1 million. I mean, hey, it could be 2 million. It could be 3 million. Don't be concerned. It's rare. It's just a rare 1 million Chinese with U.S. citizenship. I'm sorry, more than 1 million Chinese with U.S. citizenship who could vote in your elections. It's so offensive.
Okay. I think she got the major thing out. I got one more. One more. See, that's why I've been wanting to do that 1:30 presentation and open up the. This actually works. I like this better. This flow a lot better. Let me go ahead. Wait a minute. Let's get there. Here we go. This is what I want. Because they got a problem, Houston. Let me say, D-Cobb, business, everybody in chat. They got a problem. They got there's a problem right now. The United States government has a serious problem right now. Yeah. And this guy right here, they be saying this dude is goofballish, but he is the guy that can say whatever he wants. This guy is 30s. He's in his 30s. He ain't even hit 40 yet. He's in his 30s. And this guy pretty much runs the White House. Check this out. Check him out. Just check him out.
We have taken the necessary and essential action of formally recognizing left-wing violence as a form of political terrorism that is a direct threat to our national security and the survival of our Republican form of government.
Uh-oh. Wait a minute. Everybody's like, he in Iran. They everywhere else. They ain't dealing with it. Wait a minute. Now, that's Stephen Miller. That right there. You remember 9/11 and all the stuff that was going on? Terror. He was talking about terror. He said, okay. You know what they doing in this administration? They flipping it right back on their head.
No, they telling the truth.
They got a
what he said in the first part of his statement. The leftist Democrats have set all this shit up over the last 50 years. It ain't just that, nigga. It's immigration. It's illegal immigration across the board. That shit been going on all our life. Think about it, nigga. The niggas been coming here to California illegally. We can actually know, nigga, since 82.
Bingo.
So
Now,
how long the Chinese been doing that shit that they talking about?
man, 100 years. Damn that 50, D. 100.
No, I'm just saying, I'm just saying, like, as far as illegal people coming here, the leftist has been the side that's been doing it since 65. They put the color, think about it, the whole people of color play. Nigga, look at the history of it. It's a play against us.
Mm-hmm.
And now you seeing all the scams that's going on illegally through their motherfucking side of the government with all the scams and shit.
Now it's out of their hands. They can't control it anymore. It got so bad they didn't actually put on TV a president get an assassination on president, like on TV. Now they did it back then in the 60s with Kennedy, but a whole different scenario. They did it here, and look, it's going to get even better. It's about to get. I mean, it's at this point in time that you have foreigners in office, in representation positions that are setting policy, that are changing the whole spectrum, because all these so-called Americans, these so-called pale skins, and let them in here for what? Based on the crime bill, based on war against poverty, based on war against education, based on war against war on drugs, That's what I'm saying.
All that is the war against Negroes.
We don't get to all of that because
that's all economic war. It's an economic war against the Negro population.
Had some people who pretty much had the gall to sit in here and call me a brother that was sitting there stabbing me in my back. Ain't that a bitch? Ain't that a bitch? Let's continue listening. Hold on.
President Trump issued a directive. In our parlance, it's called a National Security Presidential Memorandum, or NSPM, NSPM 7 to be exact, that directs for the first time in American history all of our law enforcement and intelligence agencies to work together to disrupt, identify, defund, debank, arrest, and prosecute these political terrorists that are operating in our country.
Uh-oh. Look, uh-oh.
And that's people in the government.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Look, the bottom line is this, though. That's why I say, get your popcorn, relax, watch the show. Because, see, a lot of these people, this is what I'm saying. A lot of these people going to jail. If not, they already there. If not, they already gone. See what I'm saying? Is at this point in time to be safe, because the information has been so bastardized and so polluted, they have to be 10 steps ahead, and they have to make sure that they manage so that way that you can't tell. It's the art of war. You can't tell your enemy what you're about to do. You set them up for the play. It's what we call the lay for the play, right, D? It's the lay for the play.
Aton, it's a simple question. Think about this. If niggas is what Nadi say, why they can't deport niggas?
Well, I mean that's not even a question. We already know, because
that's what I'm saying. So there's a fine line between bullshitting and knowing. The only way that these motherfuckers is here and still here is because they belong here. Because y'all been hating on niggas for hundreds of years. That shit ain't no round the corner shit last week like Mexicans and everybody else. Nigga, they been hating us. So how come you couldn't get rid of us? You can get rid of everybody else. Trump showing you that, nigga, the U.S. authority over citizenship is a motherfucker. But we got the same citizenship, right? How come they ain't never did us wrong?
And trust and believe. People always want to talk about Trump. Man, come on. Come on, man. Trump is doing what he is told to do.
Well, I'm okay. All I'm saying is, okay.
He came out and said,
"Do you
we
think
have
Trump
been-"
is the most
He came-
racist
hold on, real
president
quick,
we've
hold
ever
on,
had?"
Real quick, D. He came out and said, we have been mandated to do it. That means, yeah, you mandatory. Like, do this or else. You go with them. Because we're going to give you an opportunity. We think that you are the one, we chose you, right? Because they actually picked Clinton first. But you know what I'm saying? He decided to go against the grain, but he did something. But then, you know, it went on the other end of the spectrum, didn't work out. Boom, he's done. So now, Trump, we pick you. Now, you are mandated to do this. Now, who did it? I don't know. But do it or else. There's something else going on. I know a lot of people like to get into a perspective of saying this, that, and the other, whatever. You want to keep chasing these dreams and shit and all these statutory ideological type things. But guess what? You better get off that damn wagon. Get off that wagon. Say, hey, let me out the car, though. Get me out this car. Because I guarantee you, shit got to be right. If you're talking to what you're talking right now, you better get right and understand what's actually taking place. If you want to claim back your status, your original status, you don't do that, you're going to get left out. You might get a motherfucking one-way ticket somewhere else, my nigga. Let's get back to it.
It's very important to understand that left-wing political terrorism seeks as its ultimate end the overthrow of our system and form of government. And we've seen this has taken place many times in many places throughout the years, and Secretary Rubio has provided you many examples. Left-wing terrorism always ends in bloodshed, misery, and suffering. It only can travel in one direction. There's no point at which the left-wing terrorist is satisfied with his gains and ceases progressing. Inevitably, left to run its course, it always becomes a gulag. It always becomes the mass imprisonment of political enemies, the stripping of their rights and freedoms, inflicting immense pain, humiliation, suffering, in order to establish complete and total control.
I got to mute up because when I play these back, it'd be echoing. But what I want to say is, wait a minute. This is Barry Cunningham. I'm getting it from his channel. If any of his people watching, that's Barry Cunningham. He gives good things. He's a right winger. He's a Republican and he's a Trump fan. And what I like about his channel is he get these videos without all the editing and all that. You can get these videos that a lot of people won't be able to see. So Barry Cunningham, good dude. And he a Caribbean. You know what I'm saying? You know, he's I'm gonna leave him alone. But yeah, it's Barry. There you
go. Through psychological and physical and actual terror. And we have to understand that that is the scope and the extent of the threat that we face. And as Secretary Rubio also pointed out, this is an international network. Antifa, as an example, operates in dozens of countries all throughout the world. They share common networks of funding, and organization, and information sharing. And so all of our intelligence agencies and law enforcement entities should be collaborating and coordinating and working together in order to root out these organizations.
Patricia Heaton, this is how to tell.
Actually, you know what? This is really a good thing. Because remember during Black people was around messing all kind of stuff up and then go and pay BLM to make a greater community look a certain way. And you still to this day, people be like, oh, Black Lives Matter was doing this and lighting fire. And it wasn't them. It was actually Antifa. So they were throwing rocks, hiding their hands, and then signing it to make it look we were out there doing certain things. So, and that's a form of terrorism. Good for them.
Yeah, I mean, these people are that, you know, Stephen Miller, Trump, all these people that are in the United States administrations, Congress, Supreme Court, and all these three facets. You know, the one thing they do admit, they say we're a nation of immigrants, and they make that clear that this is a nation of immigrants. This is what they say. But a lot of people like to put the American on top of that, like American
Nation.
Nation, right? But they ain't even a nation. Because if that's the case, then a corporation is a nation. So it's a corporate structure. You have people that come in to be members, right? They call constituent members of the organic constitution, which they're not, but they are members in indentures of what the 1871 to the present form of United States corporation that has reorganized and filed bankruptcy. I don't know how many times. They won't pay their debts. So we're talking business now, right now. So under the circumstances, they subscribe to they don't prescribe, they subscribe to the nation talk, the American talk, and they really believe that that's who they are, but they know they're not, because there's some that actually talks against that. So I'm just saying, they saying that they're a nation, but how can you be a nation? Show me a treaty they got with anybody. Any treaties?
Yeah, I told you the treaty of friendship, peace and friendship, bro.
Oh, hell no. That ain't their treaty. That ain't
Yes,
not
it
their treaty.
is.
After 1871?
That's what identified them.
In 1871.
Yes.
With
They've
who?
been writing on it ever since.
Aton, I wanted you to.
Huh?
Can you play those really fast? The first one and then the second one.
Your voice low.
Oh, you can't hear me?
Yeah, that's better now. What happened?
Short. Can you play that? The second one.
I can't hear you. Where you at? She said, can you play that second one?
I said,
Which side?
okay, I took off my earpiece. I said, I gave you two shorts. Can you play the first one and then the second one that I sent? Just
Where
to
is
make it
that at?
small. I sent it to you in your text.
Oh.
Do you want me to?
Well, that okay, so the long one I just played with that girl.
No, they're two little itty bitty shorts. They're like a minute or something like that.
Okay.
I mean, do you want me to put it in the back? In your back chat?
Yeah, if you could just copy and paste it. No, put it in the main chat, because for some reason in this StreamYard, I can't copy the links. Put it in the main chat.
Okay.
While we're doing that, let me play a little bit more of this guy.
Of left-wing violence and terrorism is its completely pretextual and disingenuous appeal to civil liberties in an effort to shield its own violence. This is the tactic that the left always uses to try to protect itself from facing criminal punishment. It is essential that we are wise enough and strong enough to understand that these appeals must fall on deaf ears. When the leftist, who does not believe in freedom, who does not believe in civil rights, who does not believe in any ordered notion of justice, protest that we are violating his rights, understand that he is lying to try to persuade people who are not closely following the political scene that some injustice has been perpetrated against him. We must stay the course and be completely unflinching in the pursuit of justice against these enemies of civilization. If the left is allowed to use the real or actual threat of violence to destabilize our institutions, then those justice has been, that he is lying to try to persuade people who are not closely following the political scene that we are violent on deaf ears. Punishment. it is essential that we are wise enough and strong enough to understand that these appeals must fall on deaf middle punish its own violence. This is the tactic, completely pretextual and disingenuous appeal to civil liberties in an effort to shield its own violence. This is the tactic that the left always uses to try to protect itself from facing criminal punishment. It is essential that we are wise enough and strong enough to understand that these appeals must fall on deaf ears. When the leftist, who does not believe in freedom, who does not believe in civil rights, who does not believe in any ordered notion of justice, protest that we are violating his rights, understand that he is lying to try to persuade people who are not closely following the political scene that some injustice has been perpetrated against him. We must stay the course and be completely unflinching in the pursuit of justice against these enemies of civilization. If the left is allowed to use the real or actual threat of violence to destabilize our institutions, then those institutions cannot and will not succeed. So here in the United States, for example, we saw in the recent past clear threats of violence against our Supreme Court to try to shape how they rule on upcoming decisions. The leftist does this with the full desire, intent, and understanding that the threat of violence against a public figure or their family is meant to cow them into behaving or acting or conducting themselves differently.
Now, you remember, Isness, when I played Call Me Bear and Elaine Hagen, whatever her name is, that's the Ninth Circuit in California one, when they was coming up there asking appropriations for money for protection, they said, if we don't get the money for protection, we can't do our job. That job is what? So we can start ruling. And this is what Stephen Miller is saying. Now, I'm just kind of putting these out here right now because I'm going to be addressing this right now. I'm going to come back to that. I'm just letting y'all know where my mind thinks, you know what I'm saying, where I'm at with it. What Stephen Miller is saying, see, because Trump can't say it. He's saying it. He's saying these people, he's saying in the Supreme Court that these people are ruling in a certain way because they're being threatened. He's saying that they're actually being threatened. And they coming to appropriation and saying, hey, man, we need some money if we gonna continue to do our job. Because we can't do our job. We need protection if we want us to keep ruling in y'all favor. And vice versa. Somebody got to pay us. Because we get threats every day. And this is where with Nadi, you know what I'm saying? You know, we deal with the court. We deal with the courts and we know what they do. Enforcement, all this stuff, you know, policy enforcers, all this stuff. I mean, this is all what it is. So it really doesn't matter. They're functioning on their own accord, under their own rules, their own oaths. You know what I'm saying? Their own agreements, their own canons. They create their own shit. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, this right here is just pretty much letting the people know, because he's still got to be politically correct in what he's saying and see if people can catch it. But what he's saying is that this whole system is functions around a lot of different things: bribery, threats, duress, coercion.
Yeah,
So,
how do you think you funnel trillions of dollars out of the actual people whose hands it's supposed to belong to?
I'm just saying.
I'm just telling you, yeah. Nigga, you got a $1 trillion trap house. You running it. It don't belong to you, but you running it.
I'm just saying.
So now everybody that come here think you the man.
Well,
so the owner came back and was like, hey, homie, the fuck? Nigga, this ain't you. Where my money at? You've been doing your thing. Instead of you stacking his money like you supposed to, you've been doing your thing. Now you owe this motherfucker a lot of money. And the nigga ain't playing. Because I'm like, who's threatening these people? The word on the street is niggas is from here. And when the niggas figure out that all this money is theirs, this shit is all allocated to them, by them, for them. And we've been milling off the top, milling off the top, milling off the top for decades. Trump like, hey, homie, they did it. That's them. That's them.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you look at it also, and I see y'all in the chat, what y'all saying. But the message is the message. You know what I'm saying? Do you guys agree or do you disagree with what he's saying? Do you guys agree or disagree? I mean, you know, Max V say well-paid actor. I mean, but I don't know if he's talking about Stephen Miller or whatever, but the message is the message. We know for a fact, right? It's about who are they talking to? They can't be talking to no other entity here in America. They got to be talking to us because we're the only ones that's dealing with these atrocities that are taking place. All of these other foreigners get carte blanche, A1 credit, everything going. They get walked through the door, through the front door and out the front door with A1 credit and money and loans and businesses and everything because we see them in our neighborhood. Now, I'm talking California here. I'm talking California. You see what I'm saying? And then they still try to say that we represent 12% of the vote. Well, maybe so. But we don't represent 12% of the population that's here in California. You better believe that.
But we also represent 100% of the profit. Where the money at? See, Aton, I'm going to tell you. My analogy about the trap house is the United States of America. Because Nadi is right. This is a corporation. The United States is a corporation owned by American nation. Period. The American nation was wealthy long before the United States was ever formed. It's in the economy.
We'll address that. We'll address that too, because that's a good statement right there. United States owned by an American nation.
The United States is a corporation owned by the American nation.
Yes. Say that 3 times to everybody in your face, and you are the copper-colored races defined as Americans. Yeah. Because America is your land. The United States of America, you own it. Outright.
All right. Let me pull these up for his. We're gonna go frame by frame. Which don't matter which one I do first.
Well, the first one just kind of gives an explanation, and the second one is kind of a jankety one, but it just kind of illustrates how far it goes. It's really jankety. So the first one I think is more thorough.
Okay, so I got one. The one that says kids taken, then the other one says baby something the mysterious. Which one? That one first?
The one with the mansion on it, or the ones that says hold on.
It says the baby's kept in the mysterious Los Angeles.
Yeah. That one.
That one first. All right. All right, let me go ahead. Okay, screen showing. Let me mute up.
Police. Last year in May, police pulled up to a mansion in Arcadia, a wealthy city in Los Angeles County, and found 15 different children inside the home.
Now, Arcadia is off the 210. It is not too far. I think maybe 3, 4, 5 miles from Pasadena. So that's where Arcadia is. All right. So y'all get a good picture.
So not the Arcadia by Eureka.
No, this is Arcadia
In the San Gabriel Valley. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah. All right, here we go.
Most of them born from different surrogate mothers. How did they get there? I'm Ava Kaufman, and I'm a staff writer at The New Yorker who's been investigating the Mark surrogacy scandal in California for the past 6 months. I first started reporting the story by talking to a surrogate named Kayla Elliott. Kayla had decided to carry a child for someone else after having 4 children of her own. She posted a little bit about herself on a Facebook page for surrogates. Not long after that, got a message from an agency in Los Angeles called Mark Surrogacy. The message didn't say that much about the intended parents, but it did tell her that they were really interested in staying in touch and desperate to have a second child. Kayla was delighted to hear this, but she didn't end up hearing much back whenever she would share updates as she went along her pregnancy and her journey. It wasn't until after she gave birth that she was added to a Facebook group that told her that she wasn't, in fact, the only surrogate for the couple. The couple already had many other surrogates. It turned out that Mark Surrogacy, the agency that Kayla was caring for, only had one set of parents that it was setting up with all of the surrogates who were using it. Those parents were named Guozhun Shen and Sylvia Zhang. 2 months after Kayla Elliott gave birth, the police had pulled up to a mansion. Inside the house, police saw that there were a kind of gaggle of children, all with their head shaved, sitting at these tables in rows. Later, when they looked at the surveillance videos, they found that those children had been physically disciplined. The police had entered the house because they were doing a welfare check after one of the children's siblings was found in the hospital with bleeding inside his brain and behind his eyes. When Kayla heard about all this, and heard about the fact that she wasn't the only surrogate, she started talking to some of the other surrogates for this couple. And they decided to kind of undertake their own detective work. They found out that the couple actually owned the agency and that the agency was registered to this Arcadia home. The surrogate mothers became desperate to know, why did the family want all of these children? And what was going to happen to them? You can read more in my investigation on thenewyorker.com or in this week's issue.
Okay, so this is an example of the orphan train type situation. But if you look at the second one, it just kind of shows you one of the mothers, that it just shows you that they're not all appearing Chinese. Unless she was holding Chinese babies. I never really thought of that.
So what they're doing is they just the guy's is giving his sperm and they putting it in the women or something like that, because they all look like an Asian type. The tight eye.
Yeah, this is one of the mothers.
Mm.
But
A surrogate just carries both the egg and the semen, right?
Yeah.
So the point is that
Something like that. Oh.
they're not all being raised in China. They're being raised here. So we got a whole bunch of people here that are being indoctrinated because, as they said, that they were sitting in rows, and they're all being indoctrinated here and being disseminated against around us.
Yeah, that's great.
Everybody is indoctrinated to assimilate around us.
Right.
That's all the Democrats doing in the last 40 years.
All right,
they're coming and telling us all this stuff, and half the stuff don't even make no sense, but they're all being indoctrinated, and it looks like people are being born specifically. You know, as Mulatto is saying, people are being dumped on top of us. I mean, that is true. So.
Yeah, but that's about to stop.
Right. I agree.
In a whole fucked up way. Because I'm like, isms, nigga, everybody got to go. Because, see, I'm here to prove a point. Nigga, we own this outright. Period. Let's get that shit through everybody's skull. Because I've been hearing bullshit for a long time. This us. We invented the curb, the street that the motherfucking car roll on, all that. Nigga, everything. We ain't the greatest country in the world because, nigga, this shit was just haphazard, nigga. No, it's thousands of years of ancestry.
All right.
It's really not saying nothing, so.
Okay, well, yeah, that was a quick one. All right, let's go
So
ahead and close out.
we don't know if they're using her eggs or if there's black ones or some people appearing black part of this the incubator. Are there some incubator babies that are black?
I haven't seen any photographs of them.
I don't know. I don't even know. I mean, I would say my guess. Pretty sure. I mean, you throw
Well, to be honest,
$15, $30, $40, $50,000 at somebody. Yeah, they'll run that.
no, what I'm saying is there's photographs of incubator babies, hundreds. But the one thing that's not in there is Negro. Copper-colored people of any race is not in there. Like white folks on different channels talking about this shit too. And they going deep into it because they can't figure out their ancestry because it cuts off. 1850, they ain't got nothing to go past that. And that's a general conception with all these different channels like Michelle Gibson, Levi, John Levi, My Lunch Break. All these is big channels. And they mostly white people.
So are you saying that this lady is just holding Chinese children? Because she's one of the parents who is suing. What, them 21 kids, because it was more, 6 were given away.
No, I'm saying today, there's all kinds of ways they're trying to outpopulate us. They have hundreds. I'm literally looking at all the different ways that motherfuckers come here that are in a class of people of color. Like the Indians right now, them motherfuckers got a whole problem because DOT on their ass. Because now the feds is on their ass for the fact that all the visas is coming up fraudulent. DOT on their ass because they ain't got no legitimate license. But all this shit all happened under Democrat rule. So now everybody's looking like, okay, so y'all doing all this bullshit. Why? Economically, it holds these people back, period.
You know, they just had those governor debates. And one of the questions they were talking about, because these Hindus got all these truck driving jobs and they don't even know English, don't know the signs, don't know nothing, will be like 3 months in the country and they got them a big rig somewhere, right? And so I guess a police officer pulled one of them up over and was like, man, what does that sign say? You know, a nearby sign. And so the Democrat people were saying that is racist and started talking about black people. But but the point is that these Hindu people are coming over here and they're getting all these like truck driving jobs and stuff like that. And I don't know where I was going with that, but like for real, it was the Democrats that's doing that. And actually, when people tried to put a stop to it, they started talking about us to divert the attention to anti-black racism while driving. I guess y'all didn't see that, but it happened right here in California.
I get it. No, it's a Cali thing going on with y'all.
Well, California does have, you know, sometimes when I'm talking, I do come from a California perspective. So I do come from where I live at. And everybody likes to focus on New York or the South or something like that. But California does have a lot of issues.
And one of the things we do have an upside down government here.
Yeah, so the one thing we got in our favor is that representation here is very few and far between of people that would be considered to be so-called black. This is the advantage we got over most of you guys in the Midwest and the South. North otherwise. But over there, plenty of so-called black people was in representation position. Y'all situation is fucked off, really. Worse than ours. We have a clear, what do you call it? How we call it? We have a clear idea who the enemy is. See what I'm saying? Clear idea. We deal with it all the time. See what I'm saying? And we're not confused about the situation. But when you deal with most of these places west of the Mississippi, you know what I'm saying? It's not too many white people. It's few. But most of the people that's in representation position is black folks. How y'all situation doing? You know what I'm saying? You got black businesses. I mean, shit, black money be traveling a whole bunch of ways in those areas. But is y'all situation different or better than ours? I would say no. I would say it's actually worse for the simple fact that you got people with black representation. Y'all's having the same conversation with us over here in California. See what I'm saying? But this is why we're here. Welcome to California. But with that being said, you know, y'all get your egos out the way. Be all right. We'll be all right. So, you know, hey, I'll leave it right there. I'm going to get on that in my opening tomorrow. Y'all continue this conversation. But yeah, appreciate you, Isness. I was like, who's the champ? The champ is here. Who is that? I was like, wait a minute. Change the picture up, everything.
I was trolling. Somebody called me a champ in the other chat when they was trying to troll me. So I just thought I'll take it on, you know.
Might as well. You know. All right. Well, appreciate you, Isness. On the next one.
Peace.
All right, everybody that's up here. All right, sis. Everybody who's been up here, let's take it all the way down. Eating nuts. You know what I'm saying? She put the champ in here. I was like, that was the brother coming over. She said, nah, it's me. I said, oh, okay, pop your collar. Well, you know, you don't have a collar. Pop, you know, pop part of that blouse you got up on to the left, to the right. But yeah. So anyway, eating nuts, thank your business. Appreciate y'all being here. Reclassified. Good to see you here, my brother. Max V, Isness. Hope They Prepared, also known as Get Back Fire Keeper. Richie, Rich, Iceberg came through. Appreciate you coming here, sister. Who else we got up in here? I saw Big Dog up in here, as he always is. 3 times indigenous, better known as Nate. Yeah, man, appreciate that. Rod Will was up in here. Derek, D. Cobb, Naughty came through. American Goddess, always. Yep, for the most part, yeah, man, y'all lit up the chat. That good conversation going on. You know what I'm saying? But I'll tell you what. we are going to address this situation because this was fire. Conversation was great. See what I'm saying? The back and forth was great. Here's some good points. Because I think we might have put our finger on something. I know you guys probably saying, what would that be, Coach? I'm gonna show y'all. Wait a minute, I gotta hold on. Let me get to my histories real quick. I'm just saying, you know, I'm over here eating. I'm hungry as I don't know what. Yeah. Say I'm hungry. But yeah, I'm just saying, you know, you look at the greatness of our people. We have the right to own everything, right? We have turned, and you know, even back in the day, we say, man, we'll turn a negative into a positive, right? Trash will be treasure after a while. We do all these great things of what we do. But we need to figure out, it's like American Goddess said, what'd she say? When are we gonna get to, what'd she say? When we gonna get to talking about how we getting what owed to us? See what I'm saying? When we gonna get to that? See, we gotta touch these things. That's what I'm saying. We should have the right to own everything that's being said. Right? Right. We own it. We take it, we control it, we own it. See what I'm saying? That is where we can pierce through the veil, move all the bullshit to the side, and then we can just talk about ownership. Okay? It'll work. So it's no longer a vice, a ball and chain, because we've taken all this stuff and we pretty much made gold out of it, right? Minus touch. So we good. As long as we good, we good. Ownership, power, treasure. I think we can work with that. And I think we'll be okay. But nevertheless, you already know what time it is. About to put these last little cuts on, you know, royalty over slavery, Copper Draco. We're doing what we're doing. What you hear in the background, that's old dude. You know what I'm saying? Much love going on. You see what I'm saying? A lot of love going on. Doing something right. We'll make it right. We're going to make it happen. Hey, look, when these songs is over, it's over. On the next one.
We want freedom by any means necessary. We want justice by any means necessary. We want equality by any means necessary. We don't feel that in 1964, living in a country that is supposedly based upon freedom and supposedly the leader of the free world, we don't think that we should have to sit around and wait for
all of your assets you have to protect it. Just set your trust up, come get your status corrected. Yeah, you know we moving more than mountains. Fuck your school, fuck your voting system, fuck your water fountains. Melanin, I know you heard of me. You can never murder me. I want that gold you owe me now and gold from 1933. I want y'all to stand on all the treaties that you sold to me. Cause we was already here, y'all came on a boat to me. And know this God-given land we all holding fee. Simple, absolute gratitude, your majesty. I shine not in my straw man, you not controlling me. Certified, signed, sealed, stamped by the notary. Don't try to lie to my face like you ain't just a colonist who tricked us with contracts, but you fail to acknowledge it. In history books of fertilizer, one big pile of shit. Acting like you freed us from slavery, but ain't abolished it. The plantation just got renovated. Driver's license and passports are the new slave papers. How they foreclosing on the ones they gave acres. We allowed them entry, even trusted them as neighbors. They took everything from us and made us ask for favors, and posed as the only helping hand that's there to save us. Boycott, don't try to keep up with the fad, cause the money that we save, the properties that we rehab. And I believe with the man. Tears don't fall from my eyes, cause they see our what, but they don't see our why. You was born in June, but I only seen July. Influenced by bad spirits like a DUI. You ain't do no estate planning, but you think you fly. Now we gon' need 3 fish fries to see you die. We the revolt, boy, don't play with me. The time is now, this royalty over slavery.
I'm the coach, quotes coded in oath with a ghost loaded focus. Chrome in the coat, king with the cloak, smoking that hocus pocus. Infinite styles, pivot and pile up the mileage. I'm wild with the science. You see the line on my avatar, iron jaw pride. I to devour the silence. Why you niggas steady lying? Got me laughing hard, satire and fraud. I fire the squad. Wise get crossed when I'm sparring with all the guards. Author of art, carving a mark in the bark of the market at large. Target the sharks, heart of a Spartan. I sharpen the margin with bars. You rather bargain and dodge. I'd rather you come get your taxes done. Black suit, back room, facts in a stack. I'm relaxing the maximum. Get out of the pocket, the profit of rocket. Then I just might tax you punks. Bracket your funds, I'm stacking in chunks. Reacting to acid, you're begging a punch. Sometimes my community hard-headed, scarred, dreading the lessons. I chart head and start spreading the message, embedded in pressure. Sovereign living, I'm private with it. No corporate percentage. Discharging debt with a pen stroke. You still don't notice the vision. I've been telling y'all you don't want to debate me. Weighty and ready. Great with machetes, linguistically shredding the petty. Grab these 15 acres. Landscape major, plan made paper. Land patent stamped and sacred since my campaign greater. I ain't talking about Ice-T when I say that I can show you law and order. Court recorder, I sort the torture, contort the border. I eat the case, beat the state, leave a trace in a raw supporter. Briefcase aura, got your baby mama thinking that I'm a lawyer. Seminole Indian sentiment, militant on sovereign soil. Private enrollment, tribal component. I'm the boss if you're trying to employ it.
Gosh, baby, infinite.